Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, July the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, let's talk about some of the things that are happening today. So we've seen this act before, but again, the airlines and the cruisers. Well, I didn't check the cruisers. I'm assuming they're up, but all the airlines are up again, just like yesterday, the pre-market. So take your pick: JetBlue, AAL, Delta, United. Will it hold today? Fran, just because they've developed some kind of a little mobile app, but that is the huge gap up here for Fran, or they've partnered with a company that's doing a mobile app for them. Fran, it's a massive gap up. Take a look at that weekly chart. And let's see, last week, 746 was the high, so it's getting close to that high. It's already up 108%. WKHS, tremendous rally yesterday. Nice rally after hours, and it's maintaining pre-market. NIO, so all these electric cars, etc. Plug, you're going to see Plug, not electric car, of course, but in the sector, we're going to call this the EV sector. So NIO is up also. Big gap for NIO. Lots and lots of volume. 17 million shares already have traded. And there's Plug. I don't think it's over 10 yet. No, not quite. Getting closer and closer. Look at the run it's had over the last, let's see, 3 weeks now. I didn't see any news on Pixie, but it was up. Let's see, it got up to 629. It's pulled back somewhat. I didn't see any news on it. I don't think I've seen this one before. Good name for a company though, Job. So it looks like they've eliminated, somehow they've been able to eliminate $47 million in debt. So this is a massive gap up for Job. Very, very low float. Look at that gap for Job. So let's see, if I look here, $2 looks like could be resistance. It's a low float situation. DSS is a gap down on financing. Financing was done at $6.25, so it's right around the financing price. That is why the big gap down for DSS. VERO, I think they received FDA clearance. Had a big gap after hours yesterday for VERO. It's given up quite a bit. Quite a bit. It hit 633 after hours yesterday. It's down a couple of dollars from there. It's still up 37%. Lots and lots of volume for VERO. I think it's important that if you're going to take this trade, it has to get over 450. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick an alert right there around that 5. Around 450, see if it takes that out later on. It did take it out after hours yesterday. Let's see if it can take it out again and start to attempt to fill in this void here on that weekly chart. IO, another one that I didn't really see any news on. IO was a nice gap up, decent volume, another low float situation. Again, I don't see any news on it. Again, we'll call this the EV sector. So Blink is back doing its thing. So it's way above, well, not way above, but it's above the high of yesterday. BLNK. Staff, this is a tough one. I always find a difficult one to trade, but I'm going to mention it anyway, just to show you that it did gap up to 128. So it got right to that level here on that weekly chart. I mean, if it can take that out, it's a low float situation, 7.7 million in the float. So, I mean, I guess if it can get back up to that level again, it could start to maybe attempt to get up to that 170 mark. So you can see, excuse me, you can see job and staff right at the top, temporary help services. Fran continues now, guys. Fran continues here. Such a low float, 3 million in the float. Look at this gap. So now it's definitely above here. Next area on that weekly chart would be about 930. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. And just as I was going to start into the room, I saw our old friend News, GNUS. Look at the volume that came in. CEO to host conference call to discuss key business developments. Excuse me, takes place at 10 o'clock. Okay, so there's your big news for GNUS. Another one that's on the move is Overstock, OSTK. Wow, I didn't realize Overstock was in the 30s, or when this was in the 15s. Jeez, look at this move for Overstock over the last 3 weeks. CAR is on the move, but I did notice CAR is, the 2620 is a 200-day moving average for CAR, so it's, it's still a little bit below it, but it is certainly getting closer. It's about $1 away from the 200-day moving average for CAR. I looked at this one. There was no volume. There are very few earnings plays today, but Culp is one of them. The volume is starting to pick up a little bit. It's an earnings play on the way down. 12 million in the float. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Earnings season will start end of the month. Alcoa, actually, oh man, I read that wrong. Geez, in 2 weeks. Alcoa releases on the 15th, so a couple of weeks from now, earnings season will really be getting underway again. Be so interesting to see what these guys are going to say, what happened in the last quarter, not just Alcoa, of course, but all these companies. All right, let me just do a quick check to see what briefing.com says this morning about upgrades and downgrades. See, CAR has an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. I see NUS had a couple of upgrades. Davidson and Jeffries for NUS. See what it is doing this morning. Nu Skin, actually, yeah, pretty nice little gap for Nu Skin. Volume is not incredible, but look at this gap for Nu Skin, NUS. To add that one to the list, NUS. Looks like it's just a couple of upgrades, but that has really popped the stock. I mean, look what it's done. I mean, that's a big gap, big gap. There must be something else going on. Can't be just a couple of upgrades. Okay, I'll get the downgrades in now. Not too many downgrades this morning. All right, there are some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And as usual, if you want to follow my watch list all day long, there it is, the watch list up, watch list down, the repeating version of it. You click on new from the channel bar, from the toolbar, and from the channel bar, Barry's watch list right there. Remember, everything here is a layout, so save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, and your layout will be replaced by anything you check, anything that you click on in a channel, in the channel bar. Everything is a layout there. Where am I reading? It's just you can subscribe to it. It's a free service. They just deliver upgrades and downgrades at around 9:10. Do I ever, are you talking to me? Do I ever trade in the pre-market? Yes. Not a big pre-market trader, but I do, yes. But not, certainly not every day. Well, Fran is on a real tear now because it's now over 8, and almost like a nice little break here. Over 8, so the next level that Fran, in theory, could get to before it starts to stall is around the 950 mark, if you look at that weekly chart. However, see that little line right up there? That little green line right up there, that is really the next level, 852. 852 is the 200-day moving average, so that is really where it could stall. So let's take a look at the EVs. So there's Plug. How's Ballard doing? Ballard is up also. BLDP. Oh yeah, I mean, if you get into the right stock, catch it early in the pre-market, sure. On the other hand, if you'd thought, look at WKHS, all right, you see that little break there, that looked pretty promising. So if you had taken it anywhere up here in 2021, you know, you'd be gagging a little bit right now. But it's like anything else in retrospect, yeah, I should have taken this or I should have done that. Look at news. God. GNUS, just because they're going to have a conference call, I guess, at 10 o'clock to discuss their business. GNUS. Yeah, I looked at this FEIM. Instrument manufacturing, okay? It's up quite a bit, 25%, not that much volume, but look at this, it is gapped up way through that 200-day moving average. It's just really resting here. Let's see if there's any FEIM bags a $28.6 million contract. So, and it's a super low float. So, this could get interesting. I guess that happened after hours yesterday. This could get really interesting with that float. And right through that 200, way, like, look at that, the 200-day was 973 or so, 971. Okay, give me 1 minute, please. And of course, the SPY has popped. That's the job numbers. So the SPY is, wow, the SPY is really popping now. Now, will it hold? This will be really interesting. Will we have a pop and trend up? Or will we have a pop and a drop? So we have news and news. We have news and then silent G news. MMLP. It's on my list. It's on the. It's in the watch list. See if it triggers. Yeah, so Fran is boy, it's what a it's hard to believe, some of these runs based on the news. I mean, partners. Okay, there's the Vero. Now, why did I put an alert there? Right here on that level right there. So yeah, I mean, let's see. If it holds, a little bit of a pop here. Lots of volume for it. Only 24 million in the float. Okay, one of the SPACs, Graph. Look at this. Look at Graph. Of course, you guys, as I told you yesterday, I'm in the FMCI at 1650. This is one of my very, very few potential swing trades. Already held it a day. But look at Graph. This is wow. I mean, this is a big move for this one. Terms disclosed, no terms disclosed on the Graph industrial deal. Oh, Chris, it's hard to know. No, these are just the ones that are moving this morning. Again, like always, you have to look at the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart to check to see if they have still room to move. A lot of them are one-day wonders. What GUI am I using? I'm not sure. Are you talking about trade ideas? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, I don't know what a GUI is, but what? You're in the Trade Ideas trading room. Oh, okay, so it's called Trade Ideas. And I'm going to hold off. I'm I'm going to hold off on if anybody wants to take out a subscription. I know we're going to have a promo code this morning later on for the July 4th holiday. I know we're going to have one. I just don't have the code yet. Well, you can create your own saying. I mean, you know, all you have to do is take any one of these. You are a subscriber? Just take any one of these and just limit the price to $5. You know, I mean, so pre-market actives, you know, if I sorted just on price, okay, so here, if I sorted this just on price, you know, I went to the price column, I sort just on price, and you can take this and you can just limit it to whatever high you want in terms of a stock price, as an example. If you're talking about OTC, pink sheets, I don't trade them. But, you know, all you have to do is go to configure and exchanges and check the pink sheets, OTC and the pink sheets. Yeah, so I'm going to hold off. I haven't got the code yet, so you know I could give you a code now, but it wouldn't be fair. I mean, so I'm sure I'm going to get a code later on today for 4th of July. Yeah, I can help you do that. Just left click on the chart. Okay, so it's the active chart. Control key, press down on your keyboard. So keep it pressed down, and then your scroll wheel on your mouse. Just scroll in and out. So control key, press down on your keyboard. Okay. And as always, I will keep this in paper trading simulation mode all day long. I'm going to connect it to the simulator. Just one moment, please. This one has been ringing in my ear here. KLR. Wow, look at KLR, guys. This is, yeah, decent volume. It's a low float situation. KLR. Keep an eye on this one. Look at the gap. Look at this potential gap fill for KLR. Just looking to see if there's any news on KLR this morning. Advises, no, that's on the 20. Well, okay, that's 29th, so that's a couple of days ago or last week. All right, yes, 1 minute left. 1 minute left. 1 minute until, I wish. 1 minute until. Remember, guys, this is could be an interesting trading day, especially in the afternoon. Remember, the market is closed tomorrow for the July 4th holiday in the States. How do you to erase a scan to reset for today? Just reload it. You should reload trade ideas every day. I'm not sure I understand exactly what you mean. You know, this is my scan. So if you reload trade ideas, it'll wipe out everything else. You could also do a clear, I guess. But all right, guys, we are 2-1-0. We are now open for business. But if you reload trade ideas every day, shut it down. That's what I do. Shut it down at night, reload it in the morning. You'll never see anything from the previous day. Right click, clear. Right click, clear. So car, again, there's that 2620. I mean, what did it get to? It got up to 20, almost up to 26. So it was approaching that 200-day moving average for car. So look at Overstock. Look at the volume that just came into Overstock. OSTK. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down just a little bit. Sorrento looked interesting after hours yesterday. I know a lot of people were watching Sorrento. Look at the pop it had after hours. That's SRNE. But look at it now. Oh, I saw a graph. Don't worry. I know you have that one, and I have the other one. But yeah, look at graph for sure. Guys, car is now over the 200-day moving average. Look at car, guys. Will it hold that 200-day moving average? Here it is at 2620. It's at 2629 right now. Job did just get halted. Look at the volume that came into Job. 10 million in the floats. Almost traded the float today. I'll have to tell you a little bit later, okay, Singh? Maybe at 10 o'clock or so, if you can hold on. Just looking for some reversals here. Like AIG was down big yesterday, coming back a little bit today. Look at WKHS now, guys. WKHS. This is incredibly whippy to trade, but now there's BLFS. BLFS. Look at BioLife. Is that BioLife? Yes, BLFS. Wow, look at the volume that's coming in. Really didn't do too much in the pre-market, but look at the volume that's coming in. Look at the room it's got. You look left on that weekly chart, 2083 or so. The high over here is 1914 on that weekly spike. So let's see if this settles down a little bit and gives us a some kind of a pattern to trade from. Low float, 19 million in the float. Look at Sorrento, guys. Sorrento really giving it up. I mean, a lot of excitement after hours with Sorrento. And basically, it's dropped $1 from the post-market highs. All right, guys. Well, if you have the AI, you know there is an alert right now. Could be very interesting if you have the AI. Look at INO. Wow. I mean, what a recovery it had yesterday at the end. And it's still trying to recover here. INO. Boy, something is really, really making SRNE drop really, really. I mean, look at this. I mean, this was up. Now Fran on the way down. Yeah, usually I say let things settle down a little bit in the first 15 minutes. All right, job is open. Not really any big gap. Now this one was all over the place yesterday also, this LMNL. All right, here's another one on the way down, CNK. How are the airlines doing? Okay, so far according to the norm, the big pop pre-market, let's see if this just continues on the way down. Yeah, there were no shorts for Fran. Got right to just a little bit above the 200-day moving average before it stalled. Look at the volume coming into INO. It did get halted again, yes. Oh boy, that's a big halt too. There's the, didn't really see it stacking up that much ahead, but it is halted again. Look at the, now what was the other one that was it, is it FEIM? Was that it? Yeah, okay. So this, nothing really happening. Yeah, it's typical. showing up here for me. There it is. There's the first halt. Well, the first halt. Then there's EBON halted also. No, keep an eye on this one. I don't know if this is really an IPO. Yeah, you're right. I don't have it. I don't have the halt for. I don't understand why that happens. I don't have that. Oh, no, I do have the halt. It just resumed. I don't have the halt though. I have the resume. It's possible it was under 50,000 or 20,000 on the halt. Is it possible? I'm going to call you Martin 2. Real. You should change your name. Not Martin, sorry, William 2. All right, Solo. Solo on the move here, guys. How's Plug doing? Actually, Plug is on the way down. Solo's on the way up. How's the other little FUV? How is it doing? I mean, that was such a fluffy, what I consider a very fluffy press release, but it doesn't matter what I think. I mean, it's what the market thinks, and Fran was just racing until it hit that 200-day, got a little bit above it. Maxar continues down after a nice day yesterday. Okay, job just, wow, what a move. Job just resumed. Over 2 now. Again, the next level on that monthly chart could be the 250 mark, right around here in terms of resistance. Okay, I don't know anything about these guys. Hall of Fame Resort and Entertainment Company. I don't understand this. I don't know. This can't be an IPO. Okay, there's the BLFS now, guys. It is now, there was the alert at 1778. Okay, guys, the alert I was talking about from the AI working well now. There's only one alert from the AI this morning. And you know that obviously was of interest to me. It was the right price range, right around that whole number. There's IO, guys. This IO had no, I don't see any news on it. Low float, 12 million in the float, just over 3. Keep an eye on IO, guys. Oh, just over 3. Next high looking left is around 317. I mean, if it takes out this 317, you're talking about something that could really have, I mean, it's already had a great run, but and even more better. But seriously, great alert from the AI this morning so far. I can show it now because I don't mind after the fact. 1493 SI straight up. Okay, guys, this HOFV, I can't tell what the deal is. Is this a new symbol, or I can't believe this is an IPO. And also, yeah, because this is sometimes what happens, I'm going to have to change the time frame. Then get back to the daily chart. Yeah, I mean, look at Fetch. This is why it made the watch list, guys. Look at Fetch. So it's just taking out the high of last week, 1853, a little bit above the high of last week. And now can it start to fill in this void, which is up to 22? Was it a merger? Okay, thank you, Aaron. I just don't see any I don't see any news. Oh, there it is. Interesting. It didn't happen on IB, but there it is. Completes the merger. Okay, thank you. Job halted again. Yeah. You look at the news. I don't know how they did it exactly, but they were able to eliminate $47 million in debt, and that was the news on Job. Okay, guys, QTT. A little gap up in the pre-market all the way up to 4. 200-day, though, is right there. Well, jobs are on the rise now. What do we got here? That's the 200 weekly. Big winner from the AI guys. Big winner. 1493, 1575. Okay, yeah, there's Angie now. Angie, somebody was mentioning it. This had an interesting day yesterday. The high right there. High right there is 13.99. The high right there is, come on, 14.17. Sorry, the highs of 14.17, 14.25. It clears these two areas, and it really has a shot to keep going. So that's what I'm going to do. Stick an alert around 14.21 for Angie. See if it takes it out. Well, Angie, it looks like it's getting very close to taking this out. All right, guys, it's on the move. It just took those highs out now for Angie, ANGI. So you see how the algorithm kicked in right there for SY, okay? So you see how it is now dropping? I mean, there's the stop, but it was not going to wait to get stopped out. So it took profit as it was dropping, which is probably what you would do. Now, it doesn't mean that you should stop watching. If you have the AI, you should stop watching SY all day. That could just be the first a fullback, a pullback. Okay, guys, QTT now is through the 200-day moving average. Well, it's at it. I shouldn't say it's through it. It's right at the 200-day moving average, 349. And boy, if it gets through there, look at the room QTT has. China stock. Shamur. Probably coming into resistance. A nice move so far for CC. The job is halted again. I think IO has to take out that high right there of 318. I mean, look what it did. It got right up. It literally got right to 318, and it stalled right at that high there. It's amazing, guys. You keep looking. You see things. These things happen constantly. So stick an alert there. If it can take out 318 with any gusto, then we have a shot. And my alerts have dried up now, not hearing anything. Oh, one more Vera. So Vera on the way down now. Not shortable for me. Boy, it'd be interesting short under 4, but it's just not shortable for me. VERO. Yeah, WKHS, that and the INO. Well, it's still struggling to get through that 200-day of the QTT. 349 is the 200-day, so maybe stick an alert around that high, 354. It did get up almost to 4. Lots of volume. Low. It's not a low float, actually. 86 million. Not a low float. Not seeing not a lot of follow through. EXO on the way back here. EKSO had a huge day last week. 2 big days before it really kind of sold off. EKSO. QTT is still flirting with that 200-day moving average. It's right there. Oh man, I mean, look, yeah, for this WKHS, I mean, you have to be committed, fewer shares because look at this 5 minute chart, even the 15, but look at the 5 minute chart. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails, up, down, up, down, up, down. Just awfully hard to commit. Wow, look at Angie. I mean, look at, took out that area and then it dropped. I saw Semi earlier. This is one of the bios, CEMI. Yeah, this is. I don't think I have it on the watch list, but you can see right now if it takes out at some point. It won't happen today, I'm sure. But I'd be sticking an alert around 434 for Semi, CEMI. Look at the potential void fill if it wants to get going. Yeah, you cannot use small stops for WKHS. So you just loaded it though, right? Yeah, so it's only going to show the last one. It only show the last one, it will not show anything previous. That's why, you should load it by no later than 9:45. Well, you can't. I suppose you could go history and today, all right? But just remember to load it by 9:45. Okay, guys, EXO on the move, EKSO. So the high yesterday was around 818. SPY is still on a mission here, guys. Look at the SPY. So we've got no disconnect today. All the major indices are up. Even gold's up. Interesting. Even gold. A lot of times, of course, as you know, when the market is ripping, precious metals are not usually following suit the day of. Look at INO. Look at the drop it had. 2250 down to 21. All right, guys, keep an eye on Veri here. VERI. This was, up big yesterday. It's trying to give it back. There is maybe some support around 1480. Ah, man, job halted again. On the way up though. So this is not giving it up yet. Very, guys, VERI. One moment, please. Going to be interesting to see where this opens. This job 219, 221 is what I see, so it's not really moving that far above. Okay, guys, you know, it's funny. I've resurrected one of my old scans, just kind of checking it today. The up big yesterday, but down big today, and down big yesterday, but up today. Just checking to see what sort of alerts I'm getting from those. And again, that is part of the scans that I'm sharing, some of the scans that I'm sharing. Wow, no follow through at all for Fetch, FTCH. All right, guys, there's BLFS trying to make take out that 19. So actually, they've done a financing. They've announced the financing, and at wow, 14.50 a share, way above the financing price, way above it. They're raising 5 million shares. It's always interesting. I mean, you do a financing and it's way above the financing price, VLFS. Let's see if at some point does it fade. All right, guys. So you know, you probably can tell. I'm just testing this old strategy that I used to have. All right. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Up big yesterday, but down big today. and I just thought I'd pull it up today. Just, I don't know why. I think I had a dream last night. I thought I should resurrect this one just to see what sort of alerts we get. Now, what you see here, that's the last alert, okay? It actually alerted a lot earlier. And that's on the very. And you can see the shill was down yesterday, big yesterday, up big today. I don't know. All I know is I woke up this morning and I thought I should resurrect that strategy. It's right here, guys. I mean, there it is in the scans. I think it's right at the top. Might be at the top. No, not at the top, but where is it? Up big yesterday, reversing today, down big yesterday, reversing today. These two right there. You can also load them from the Room Drive icon scans that I share, download. Okay, meanwhile, Solo, wow, 299 on the alert from the basic new highs. Meanwhile, BLFS is on a mission. The alert was at 1778. We're at 1934 right now. Angie, maybe get, again, this is a watch list. What is Job doing right now? 1562. Wow. So far from this basic new highs and lows, we've had one huge, well, a couple nice winners. BLFS, certainly the Solo. I'd be continuing to watch the side to see if it can come back. Big 20 test now for BLFS. Yeah, you have to, when you go into your let me find a multi-strategy window. Okay, so for instance, right there, so here's my multi-strategy window. So hover over strategies, hover over whatever, the first alert window, for instance, hover over it, and then click on colors. And now you can pick and choose your foreground and your background, and you can do it for each strategy you have. Okay, that's what I've done here. Okay, did you get that? So right click, hover over strategies, hover, 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 boxes keep popping up, and then colors. Don't forget to save your work. All right, so here's another one that was up. Not a lot of volume though. I might have to put. Might want to put a volume. Of course, one of the nice things about this, up big yesterday, down big today. Probably no problem getting a short because it was up big yesterday. So probably no problem. Don't have to worry about the uptick rule. Of course, always have to see if you have shorts available in your account, but your brokerage platform. But if you go to there is a swing trading tab. Okay, I'm not a big swing trader, but there is a swing trading tab. Okay, and there are discussions about potential stocks to swing trade. Okay. Yeah, but well, solo is FUV following yet? Not really. FUV is not following solo. A lot of times they trade kind of in tandem. Well, this is not going to be a record necessarily, but job was halted. Now it's resumed. Really not doing too much. Just hanging around that 2 level. Meanwhile, solo. Wow. Unfortunately, I did not take this one. I did not take the solo. Should have. I mean, it's sort of my sweet spot, just at that whole number. All right, keep an eye on LCA. Another one that was down big yesterday, trying to come back, trying to reverse over the whole number. LCA. Good volume, great volume, great volume. Wow, very. It's my first stab at this one. I haven't. I mean, I haven't looked at this SAT scan for a long time. Well, we do have a swing trading tab, okay? I mean, ideas are in here. I'm not a big swing trader, so I don't have, I don't have anything off the top of my head that I'm going to suggest. There it is. Yeah, it was just lagging solo. dock in swing tab? You mean here? I have nothing to do with this. I don't understand what you mean. The document in swing trading or the swing tab? I don't know what you mean by the dock in swing tab. Are you talking about in the channel bar? Scans that I share? Are you talking about here in scans that I share? I don't know what you're talking. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about when you're talking about the folder. What folder? Are you talking about that folder there, the room drive folder? Well, that's just there's nothing in there. That's just an example of what I look for. That's all. You're not going to see any stocks in there. It's just my four rules. That's all it is. So when you look at it, I mean that's all you're going to see is just with an example. There's an example. It's not. Sorry, it's not going to show you any stocks. These are just the four rules that I have. Well, I mean, nothing I can do. Oh, I see. I don't know what to say, Lucky. I'm still not 100% sure I know what you mean. Not updated since yesterday. I know it's frustrating. When you say a script, what do you have the link? Just give me the link. The problem is it's probably got a symbol list in there, right? Wow. This is the one I really wanted to short also. VERO, just not available. When you say you created a script, do you mean you created an alert window or a top list window? We might be, this is semantics right now. Okay. And did you create a symbol list? Or did you just create a bunch of filters and, okay. Well, look at Blink. All right, well, obviously nothing is triggering. Can you give me the link? Just right click on the window, save or share to cloud, save and share, okay, and then copy all, and then paste it in, Control V it in. Just Control V it in so I can take a look at it. I mean, yeah, look at Blink, Blink, Blink. I don't turn any of them on, Cristiano, okay? I don't auto trade the AI. You're asking me in Brokerage Plus. I have this on simulation mode. I do not auto trade the AI, okay? The AI has found two stocks already, okay? Great one, 1498 or 1493 for this one. And it got up to 1577. This one still hasn't moved. It's only had two alerts today. Okay, so I'm not sure I understand. I mean, okay, I mean, this is what's happened today with all these filters intact. These are the only two stocks that meet those requirements. Ah, but it's not updating. I see what you're saying. It's not updating. Yeah, because you're using historical date. You want to go live always. Yeah, well, that's because you're using historical date. Okay, so right click time frame and get it live always. So it was doing exactly what you asked it to do. So I haven't taken any, so I have this on the simulation mode. I haven't taken a simulated trade. No, no, no. It'll just remember whatever you did, whatever, however you saved it. That's what it's going to remember. Well, I don't auto trade the AI, Cristiano. You know, this is a trade that again, I have a difficult time because I don't want to talk about the AI trades. It's not fair to those who pay for the premium service, but I mentioned it immediately. I said there was one that I'm very interested in. I don't, but yes, I did trade, but I don't auto trade, Cristiano. Okay, just don't auto trade. So guys, remember I was saying with the SI, keep an eye on it. Now it's after that pullback. I'm fine. Oh man, this Very has been just again, I had no idea. I just decided to dabble in this one. Just to see how well this worked. Up big yesterday, but down, but reversing today. Now, I'm not sure they've all been that stellar, but well, look at Maxar. Another one, Maxar probably alerted right around here at 1920, 1855. Yeah, what a joke this friend was, guys. Yeah, no shorts available. Too bad, real. I just looked at that press release. Yes, it did. Now remember, this is sorted, in a way that you may not like, but I mean, this is just showing. It's not going to show the new highs over and over again. It's just going to show you the last time. So the problem with that, of course, is what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to turn it into more of this to show where the first alert happened. So I can see how well it did from that first alert. Yeah, I mean, you're right with if you're talking about a profit zone, I mean, there looks like there's a lot of resistance or support, I should say support around 15 for Very. All right, guys, I'm just taking a look at some of the. So look at plug. Oh, man, just did not hold at all. Solo is. Never thought I'd say this, but Solo is looking better than plug. Now, real, there might be some Robin Hooders in this room. Let's be respectful. Yeah, that SRNE, I mean, I know a lot of you guys were watching it yesterday, and then it had a tremendous pop after hours, and there's nothing now. So guys, you saw how that SY, so yes, the AI got out of the trade, but I said, keep watching it because this just might be a pullback. So, using the AI as a watch list for the day is also a great idea. You could have missed that first entry at 1493, but could have got back in, around 1520 or so. I don't know where it's going from here, but takes out that high of the day, 1580. You look left, I mean, it has room. Yeah, look at Workhorse, look at INO, WKHS. Now the market is starting to drift down a little bit, guys. So, anything you're going to get long on, make sure that it's a true alpha stock. It's got some news for it, or maybe it's probably not an earnings play, very few earnings plays. So another way to maybe use this too, down big yesterday, but up but reversing today. But always a reason why a stock was down one day. And so yeah, it may reverse for a while and then resume the short, especially if the market is not on your side. No, I've heard that too, real. Yes. Yeah, I know. We've talked about it at Trade Ideas. Crazy, I know. You know what? Keep an eye on this KLR if it takes out that high again, okay? I think it's around 435-ish, okay? Gonna have an alert, 436 or so. I'm gonna have if it takes this out, it's a low float. It really hasn't done too much since the open, but it is, it's only up 8%, but good volume for it. Another low float situation. I mean, if we get some volume to push it through that high, I mean, look at it's got a big void. Okay, QTT is making signs it wants to get above that 200-day moving average. Okay, give me one moment. I'll be back. What time is it? 10:31. Yeah, I'll be back with my spiel. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Just give me a moment here as I get the announcement in. Okay, guys, so I'll be back at about 10:35. All right, guys, I'm back. I also noticed that when I was talking about starts with the letter Q is also now an AI alert. So boy, Fran, what a mess. All right, guys, it is 10:35 now. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday. Of course, tomorrow is a market holiday, okay, 4th of July holiday in the United States. So the market is closed tomorrow. I'm open between 9 and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can either do it, you can have my scans one of two ways. You can click on the scans tab within the trading room. And here they are. And I say I've sort of resurrected these two. Sorry. Where are you? The bait. Well, I know you're there somewhere. These two, I've resurrected them. Up big yesterday, reversing today, and down big yesterday, reversing today. I'm watching. Hey, and you know what's happening with the one from that I was talking about earlier, and it was alerted in the AI. Got to keep an eye on it, guys. Just let me keep an eye on this one a bit. All right, guys, we've got a little winner going here with the AI. And also, you know, I was talking about this one. I didn't know it was going to be an AI alert, of course. I was just waiting to see if it could take out that 200-day moving average. So I was actually in that one just before the AI. Actually, right at the same time, 350. Actually, I'm in at 354, 355. Sorry. The AI alert was at 353. Okay, guys, I'm just watching. I took some out. 372. Just took some out at 372. And I'm just going to get my marks in here for my video later on today. Okay, Michael, I would absolutely contact. That shouldn't have happened, obviously. There's something going on then, Michael. You know what you should do is, instead of, I was going to give you an email address, but I think what you should do is go to our homepage and immediately start a live chat. Somebody will take care of you. I mean, if that's the case, okay, I'm just going to give you the homepage link. Okay, and start a live chat. You'll see the pop-up. And make sure, have your email address that you use to sign up with Trade Ideas so that they know they can locate you. Okay? All right, guys, the Blue Arrow. I don't have a swing, but we do have a swing trading channel that you can take a look at. New Economy, New, Channel Bar, and Swing Ideas. I think one of them is called Swing Ideas, I believe. Where are you? Swing Ideas, okay. That's one. Also, in some of the scans that I'm sharing, one of them is Trend Reversal Up. You can take a look at that. Trend reversal up. Potential swings, I guess. I mean, QTT's got still like a lot of room it can go. I mean, I think 4 will probably stop it, but Okay, guys. Now, normally what I do right now is I give out the promo code for a subscription, but you notice I've got it blank here. I'm waiting for the promo code for July 4th. Okay, I don't want to have anybody take out a subscription right now at 15% off when I'm pretty sure the promo is going to be for 25% off. Okay, so I'm holding off on that. I'm just waiting for them to give me the code. So in the interim, we'll talk about some of the links we've got here. So Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this window, the window we call Brokerage Plus, to trade your Interactive Brokers account, click on that Brokerage Plus intro video. It's got everything you really need to know about how to trade using the Brokerage Plus window and Interactive Brokers. And by the way, guys, just so you know, we're no longer charging for that $1,100 one-time fee if you wanted to auto trade the AI. We're no longer charging for that. Daily video, I do a daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. You can click on that link and that'll show you the latest download, the latest version of Trade Ideas. 20 short lessons if you're new to Trade Ideas or if you're thinking about getting involved with Trade Ideas. This will show you, these are some of the basic features of using Trade Ideas, creating top lists, alert windows, multi-strategy windows, etc. Great, very simple to go through. We also have I guess we'll call it the main training link. You'll see the 20 lessons. Again, you can go at your own pace. They're very short lessons. Also, TI University and Back to Basics. Somebody asked me yesterday about, I'd like to learn how to trade. Well, you can click on this Back to Basics, give you some of the basic ideas about, chart reading and things like that. So there are a series of videos in each one of these. And the Back to Basics, okay? That link back. Also, now there's no webinar today, but next week we're back to a regular schedule. We have webinars, 4 of them a week, Monday to Friday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. Now I want to go over the AI, which has given us, I'm not in the Volt, did not take Volt. I didn't quite like the way it was setting up, but it's working nicely if you got right in. Actually, it pulled back from a 149, so you could have got in even a better price. Excuse me, but look at this, up 9%. There's the QTT that I did take. I did take the SY earlier. I'm out of it now. So here's another one that could, again, I don't really want to show the AI, not fair for those of you who pay for our premium service, but just to give you an idea about what happens. At the end of today, the AI waits for the market to close, so has access to the latest market data, and then runs through an optimization procedure through all 50 of the strategies, what we call our baseline strategies. At the end of that procedure, you are then presented, so this is what happened last night. These are the strategies that made the cut based on the win percentage and profit factor combination. These are the ones that made the cut. Monday, remember the market's closed tomorrow. Monday, we don't know which strategies are going to make the cut, but all you have to do, if you have the AI, is you from the toolbar, new, and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this window, you can incorporate this as part of your layout. Of course, when you open Trade Ideas in the morning, the window will be empty, and then the alerts will start to fill up during the day. Yeah, there will be one. I just don't have the code yet for the July 4th. There will be a promotion. I just don't have the code yet. So if you can hang tight for a while, I'm hoping to get the code hopefully by noon Eastern Time. And then I can pop it in. Yeah, Bob, so all you have to do is left click on the chart, left click the chart and hold the control or press down on the control key on your keyboard. And then with your scroll wheel, scroll in and out. Okay, that's how you. Okay. It's not intuitive. So you would not have known. Yeah, if you wanted to trade, if you wanted to auto trade the AI, free. I mean, you don't have to buy Brokerage Plus. Give me a second here. You are right. Wonder how that appeared on Twitter. Okay, you were absolutely right. So here's the promo code, guys. Happy 4th. You were absolutely right. So let me just get the. And it looks like it's a 25% discount. Give me a second here. Yeah, okay, so it's a 25% discount. Just wanted to absolutely confirm. Okay. Okay, guys, so this is the link you can use for a 25% discount off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you do take out a subscription today, and within 30 days you want to upgrade, say from a standard to a premium, or from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo code. So to give you an idea now about how much Trade Ideas costs. So let's say you decided you wanted to take the premium plan. And there it is. So it'll be $1,700 for the premium plan for a whole year. Now remember, guys, if you do take a monthly, that promo is only good for the first month. But again, if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual or from standard to premium, you can do so and we'll honor the promo code. As long as you do it within 30 days. 30 days. It's like, okay, today is, the set, because you can use Trade Ideas on the weekend. I use Trade Ideas on the weekend all the time. But it's 30 days, calendar days, not trading days. All right, guys, so let me talk. So I did talk about the AI. And so if you have the AI, again, this is what I would do from the channel, from the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. You'll have the window. And you can incorporate that window as part of your layout so you don't have to do it every morning. And now this is Brokerage Plus. So yes, you can use Brokerage Plus to either paper trade, which is I haven't done any yet. I'm going to do a couple right now. Simulated trading, or if you do have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this to trade your own account. You can do all of that in you don't have to have our premium service. The only time you have to have our premium service is if you want to auto trade. Thank you, I can finally say it. If you want to auto trade anything, your strategies that you create, the AI, okay, then you would need our premium service. Otherwise, you don't need our premium service, you just need our standard service. So only need our premium service is if you want to auto trade anything, okay? So let's take a trade, show, because what I have, and if you do, again, I'm going to put this link in. If you do have an Interactive Brokers account, this is just a great, great video. It's about 27 minutes long. It goes over all the aspects. Now, there may be a reference that says you must buy Brokerage Plus for 11, so forget that, okay? Well, no, the big difference, if the reason why if you want premium, it's because you want the AI. That's why you're getting premium. Well, we scan after hours. Our market, well, that's the only difference. I mean, that's a big difference, but well, there are some minor differences. I mean, you have 10 charts in standard, 20 charts in premium. But the reason you are getting our premium service is because you want the AI. Okay, that's the main reason. But we scan after hours, Saul. I mean, our data, we get data from 7 in the morning to 7 at night Eastern time. 7 to 7 Eastern time. 7 in the morning, 7 at night Eastern time. Yeah, very few people, that's the name, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. If you uncheck the heart, the problem is I don't think it deletes it immediately. It seems, I don't know if I want to call it a bug, but if you uncheck the heart, you have to go through each symbol and uncheck the heart, very few people. I know it's a real pain. It's not like the other symbol lists. It's because it's I've been told because it's a different format. I think it's a bit of nonsense myself, but view only, yes, thank you. So, but to get rid of the symbols in your my like list, you have to literally load the charts and uncheck the heart. All right, guys. Well, fetch was choppy, but it is now moving. Well, I don't use auto trade. I mean, I can't tell you if it's going to help you or not. I mean, auto trade for some people take the AI and maybe auto trade the entries, just the entries, and then manage the exits. Okay, so I can't tell you if it's going to help you or not. So again, some people might take this and auto trade the entries and then manage the exits on their own. Yeah, well, all I'm going to do is all I can do is give you the script. And if it doesn't work, you're going to have to go to the home page. The script that everybody, or I think this is for TOS linking. If this is not working, I'm going to put it in the tech support. Okay, so go to tech support here, the tech support tab, and if you follow that and it's not working, you're going to have to go to the home page and start a live chat. I don't know why TOS is such a pain in the you know what to link. It's probably one of the most often asked questions. Yeah, I don't know strict because I mean everybody uses the AI differently. Okay, I mean all we do is we have a comparison to the spy getting out of the AI at exactly when the AI gets out. In other words, a conservative exit. But it's to me it's not the right way to use the AI. I mean it's better. It's man and machine. The machine will alert you, and then then the man. Sorry. Just give me a second here. Again, Windows did that to me again. Give me a moment here. I've got to not reload, but unminimize all my windows. Give me one more. All right, everything is back now, I think. Okay. Well, you're asking my favorite. I mean, obviously, what you see here, I guess you could call my favorite, but I've got a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Probably till, I don't know what the email says, but probably till at least Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Sometimes it'll be the next day. I just haven't even seen it. Somebody jumped the gun on me and found that out on Twitter, and it did work. So, I mean, it's obviously out there. Yeah, eventually we're going to get rid of this, the Grail, Neo, and 2.0. Omni is just all three of them, okay? My advice is that, you don't load it from the channel bar. Load this window called Strategy, right from the toolbar, new AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, that'll combine all of them into one. When we first started, Grail was the only one we had. And Neo was a little more aggressive, called it a little more aggressive. And then, 2.0 was a little more aggressive. And then Neo is a little more wild. I mean, you probably get some wilder swings, okay? But I think I've been saying this for a long time, and we keep discussing it in these marketing meetings just to get rid of the whole concept because it's confusing to people. To me, I mean, this came from 2.0. Great trade, 353 all the way up to 281, 381. Who cares where they're coming from? That's kind of my feeling. Okay, really? Just load them and trade around them. I just really wish we got rid of that concept. Nice. I didn't take that one. I guess I was talking, but a nice short from the AI for NLTX. Yeah, there's no 40%. I think you're just kidding. I do have a link here, AI performance. You can click on that. I don't really know what it's going to show exactly. It's probably a graph versus a SPY. Okay. Well, I use them all. When you ask what AI scanners I use, I mean, I don't really. I just load this window at the beginning of the day. It's loaded, and I just wait for the alerts to come in. I don't care from which scanners they come from. I have a price range I like. I like the under 20s. So if I see something over $20, I probably don't look at it that extensively. But I don't care from what strategy anything comes from. I don't understand the question. The name of the scanner, is this the AI? I mean, is the AI? I mean, here are the strategies that made the cut today, okay? But I don't care. I don't care what strategies made the cut, to be honest. I just care, show me the alerts from them, and then I'll trade around them. No, not in the filters, no. Now look at Celsion now, CLSN. Look at the pop here for Celsion. Problem with trying to do news anyway, Lucky. I mean, who knows what news is really going to be effective? I mean, to me, the news is this right there. There's the volume. There might be some news associated, but maybe not. But there's your news. People want the stock for some reason. Okay, so Cristiano, let me try to understand your question. If you have our premium service and you have interactive brokers, then you can auto trade the AI. Okay, you have to turn the strategies on in the morning and then if you wanted to, you can auto trade the AI. But you have to have an interactive brokers account and our premium service. Okay, so if you have the premium service, then you need an interactive broker's account in order to do any auto trading at all, be it your own strategies or the AI. You need an interactive broker's account. Now, is that a trick question? Candy? Interactive Brokers is a brokerage company called Interactive Brokers. TD Ameritrade is a brokerage company called TD Ameritrade. So they're completely different companies. That's okay. Okay, Cristiano, you're okay. You have an Interactive Brokers account, Cristiano? Okay. Watch this video. Have you watched the video? I've been posting this video over and over again. The Brokerage Plus. This is going to explain everything, okay? Absolutely everything. If you haven't watched the video, please watch the video before you do anything. It covers all aspects. Well, then I don't really know how else to help you. I mean, you have to turn the strategies on. You turn all the strategies on. You have to connect. It goes into how you connect. You have to connect. Interactive Brokers Connect. It tells you the port to use. Well, if it's not working, then have you turned the strategies on? From the Holly tabs, have you turned the strategies on? They're all off right now. I mean, they start off every morning, and you can pick the ones you want to trade auto. Well, you're going to have to go. I can't help you, Cristiano, if you've truly followed all the instructions. The only other thing I can maybe looking at your limit offset. You know, it's possible. You have to take a look at that limit offset. Doesn't work with no. Femi, only with Interactive Brokers. Only with Interactive Brokers. Your limit offset, you might have to, because sometimes, I mean, I think the default looks like it's 2 cents. So what that means is, you know, you might get an alert at $10, but immediately the stock is at 10.03. You may not be able to get it. Well, you have to edit the strategy. I'm not saying that's the reason, but if you go to the strategy, right click on it and then edit, and you see where it says limit offset. I mean, that's possible. You might have to move that up a bit. That was covered in the video. Okay, right click on the strategy, edit, re-enter long trading strategy or instructions. Okay, and then you see where it says limit offset. That might be too tight. You can do it all here, I guess. See, I don't auto trade, so, but I guess you can, if you right click and edit long trading strategies, you can do them all if you want in one instead of having to do them individually. No, no, Isaac, no. You can now use, before we used to, if you wanted to auto trade the AI, Holly, you used to have to buy Brokerage Plus. Now you don't have to. It's got nothing to do, okay? Like IB is not free or anything like that. Just want to make sure you understand that. I would say you really have to know what you're doing if you're going to auto trade. I wouldn't get so hung up on getting in at they're exactly at the same price. I got in this one at 355, okay? 355. I didn't take it at 353. I think people get a little too hung up on, man, I didn't get it right at the exact penny that the AI said. You know, these are not designed that if you're, if you're 2 or 3 or 4 cents late, that, you can't take the trade. I would, so that's my that's my feeling on it. Yeah, job is halted again. I think this is again one of these fins, not unlike U1, though U1 is not moving higher right now. Yeah, except obviously nothing yesterday. Oh yeah, fireworks, etc. Oh yeah, but everything was canceled. Well, I said to watch it, but it hasn't triggered. I was watching it for a 436 break for KLR. Well, the entry is it's real time. It's a real time because what happens is, so I'm answering you, Femi. It's like this is not an AI strategy, okay? But if it were an AI strategy, then if all these filters are met and the stock makes a new high, you're going to get a real time alert that right at that time, right at that price. So that's the entry, okay? I mean, that's the alert price. So the same thing happened here early on in whatever strategy that QTT was in. The alert was at 353. The real-time alert was at 353, and a stop was at 328, automatically placed. So I mean, the entry point is because the filters were met and whatever alert was used triggered right at that time. So that's always going to be and then the stop is based on. The stop would be different. I don't know what the stop was based on there, but it's it's some kind of, the computer figures it out. Yeah, meanwhile, Semi is on the move, a little bit on the move. It's got a ton of room. Look at the room it's got. No. No, the stop, if you're auto trading, the stop is automatically placed. I mean, you have no control over this. I mean, of course, you can get out anytime you want, but if you're going to follow, I mean, there's the entry price, automatic, and the stop price, automatic. Now, you can get out anytime you want, of course. You don't have to, if the trade's not working and you don't like it anymore, you can get out ahead of the stop. You don't, and you have no control over the configuration. It'd be like if I said to you, here, you can have this, but you can't see any of the filters, okay? You can't see any of this. This is all proprietary, and I wouldn't allow you to change. And that's what all the AI strategies are proprietary. So no, you don't see any of the values. Thou shalt not chase. So I still haven't taken a trade here. Right? So let's. Um, well, that would be the theory, Cami, but I just wouldn't do it. Okay? I mean, I'm telling you, first of all, if you've never traded before, if you're new to trading, you can please practice trade. Simulation, okay? I mean, I'd love to be able to tell you that all you have to do is turn the AI on in the morning and at the end of the day, just count your money every day. I'd love to be able to tell you that. Some days it could be like that. Other days it could be really, really bad. So, well, I don't think so, new econ. I mean, if you want to input the strategy, if you want to input the alerts, so you're asking me, can you have TWS running on a separate PC to trade ideas? I mean, you could do that, but then when you get an alert, you're going to have to input the symbols. No, no, that has to be on the same system. Well, it doesn't know what price ranges you want. You have no control. That's what I was saying though. When I get, it's not like we get 1,000 alerts, okay? So when I get an alert, I check the range, price, and if I don't like it, like so far every one of these is in the range I would trade, okay? But you know, yesterday we had stocks that were 30, 40, $50. I just don't trade that range. So I make a determination. You know, how I want to change or how I want to trade. The Dreamer, why did they make what change? Marketing decision. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, out of the goodness of their hearts, I don't know. It had been discussed a lot. It got so confusing. You know, you've heard me trying to explain. Okay, if you're going to auto trade, you don't have to buy it. If you're auto trading your own strategies, if you're going to auto trade the AI, you've got to buy. This was so confusing to people. So I had been lobbying for it for a while. You could even, I mean, listen, you could auto trade the AI in simulation mode. See how it works. You have to have our premium service, but you could auto trade the AI in simulation mode. See how it works for you. Well, it depends if you want to use Brokerage Plus and things like. Yeah, I don't know what the big differences are. I don't know what the big differences are. Maybe you can go to the homepage between the what's embedded. I mean, it's not the full blown service for sure, but I don't know what is in E-Trade. I'm sorry, in eSignal. So if you go to the homepage and ask the question, somebody might be able to answer you. I just don't know what the big differences are. I mean, I'm sure you don't have Brokerage Plus. You will not be able to paper trade if that's not of interest to you. If you don't care about auto trading, things like that. If you're just interested in just the normal scanners. Um, Gerardo. That's a tough one for me to pronounce. But anyway, everything I'm sharing, including the basic new highs and lows, right here. Click on scans. They're all here. Or click on the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Scans how to share, download. They'll all go to a Word document. Then you can, including the basic new highs and lows, you can copy the link and then load it from the cloud. File load from cloud. The link, once you've copied it, it'll be in here, then load it. Okay? Well, I'd put it there because I'm looking to maybe take this trade if it takes out that high right there. I actually was going to get into the trade, but I was talking. I'm glad I held off. I mean, it's pulled back just a little bit, but well, you just go into simulation mode, Dr. Rash. You just go into simulation mode right there, Trade Ideas Simulator, and then you just turn on the AI strategies. You have to have our premium service. Julie, the same with you. I mean, you don't care about the AI, but you have to have our premium service if you want to auto trade. You can auto trade your own strategies that you create. Simulation mode is real time. It uses our real time data and it has no bearing on what brokerage account you have. Again, if you haven't watched this video, before you do anything, especially if you're going to use your own money, you have to watch this video. If you want to use Brokerage Plus and you want to trade your account, you can do it, but you do need an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, I'm going to take just to demonstrate paper trading. I'm going to take 300 shares, or 400 shares, doesn't matter. I'm going to go in at the market. Okay, so am I connected? I just took, okay, so there it is. Went in at the market because the spread was okay. It was only a penny. So I went in at the market. Now I can, if I will put a stop in. I'm going to put a stop in at 397. Show you how easy it is to do this. Put it right there, right at the bottom here. And you notice the stop will appear right on the chart. And there it is. So if I allowed this to run down to this is in paper trading mode. If I allowed it to run down to 397, I'd lose $110. It would take me out. I can put in a target if I want. Just put in 460. I've just added a target. You can see, so on this chart, you can see it's right there. So if it moved up to 460, it would take me out of the trade if I didn't do anything. And when I say didn't do anything, at this point, let's just say the trade really started working well. I could always just start moving my target up. Let's say the trade started to stall and started to move down. I could move the target down right to the price to take me out right there. I can also use this as a trailing stop. Again, let's say the trade starts working well. I can start moving my stop up, up, up to areas that make sense on a chart. Look at the room this semi has, though. I mean, that's one of the really attractive, oops, one of the really attractive looking charts here, guys. Look at the room it's got. Yeah, for me, a target price is just because people ask, can you put a target in? To me, the stop, you can kind of look at a chart and say, okay, for instance, I mean, I could look at this chart and say, well, if I got into this trade, you know, well, for me, I wouldn't like to see it get down below 4. Okay, so right there is probably a good area for a stop. Okay, just looking at a chart. If it broke down below on that 5-minute chart, below that area, probably a good area to get out as an example. That just comes with chart reading. Well, we do have, here are our financials. Sorry. These are the financials that we have. Just give me a second here. Search. Fundamentals, sorry, fundamentals. So for instance, you mentioned a high debt to equity. I don't know if we have that one. We have income, debt. You'd have to, I'm not cash to debt ratio. So I mean, these are the financials that we, or fundamentals that we do have. Okay, so you can figure out something that makes sense to you. And if you didn't want to hide, just like any other filter, you've got a min and a max, so you could, use this. And as far as the sector is concerned, okay, that's getting a little complicated. I mean, what you can do then is you can take the alert, and what I would do then, because if you didn't like it, you could create a single stock window with that in there, or it's not going to be automated though. No, it won't be automated. You could create either this, probably the simplest way would be a single stock window with the fundamentals in there, and if you saw something you didn't like, then you wouldn't trade it. Okay, or again, getting a little complicated, you could take all the alerts and put them into a symbol list, and then with a topless window, and then put the filters in there to filter out what you didn't want. Does that make sense? So you could take, you could create a symbol list. So let's just say you got SI, send to, okay, a symbol list. Okay, and you could then just put it right in that symbol list, and then have it attached, of course, to a top list window that then will monitor it for you. Okay, so that works for you. Okay. If you're asking me ACEL, no. The AI is not triggered ACEL. Is that what you meant? ACEL? No, not at all. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, let's see now. So again, this is just practicing. See if this comes back at all. Look at Alt, guys. Alt on the way back here. Has some room. Alt, of course. Is, boy, how choppy have these, both the Ino and the Workhorse been today. Look at this. I know a 15-minute chart. Bottoming tails, topping tails, maybe settling down a little bit now. And the same with the WKHS. Look at how choppy this one has been. All right, a glimmer of hope for the semi CEMI with that bottoming tail. Almost got down to 4. Maybe that was just that's a pretty big pullback on a percentage basis, so from 436 down to 4 on a percentage basis. You know, almost stopped out. Didn't quite hit that 397. One moment, please. Now you'll notice, if you have the AI, you'll notice that SSY was alerted in 2 different strategies. Just a minute, guys. I'm just making a change in. There we go. Okay. You know, I used to use that down big and up big quite a bit. The reason I stopped using it is that Now, this was probably easily 6, 7, 8 months ago when I stopped, or even a year ago. Just wasn't getting that many alerts. But with the way the market is now, with stocks moving, huge up one day and then down big the next day, and so many of them, it could be very interesting to start really paying attention to it again. I only took the one trade in the Very this morning just to see. I'm not in it anymore, but oh, sorry about that. I was on mute. So, yeah, we don't talk about the AI alerts as they happen in the room, okay, JB? Just because it's not fair to those who pay for the premium service. I will talk about them afterwards, if they've made the move, just to show people, what has happened, those who are interested. And if I am interested in one, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll say, okay, guys, the 11:27 alert, always Eastern time, I'm interested in that one. All right, 11:40, so I'll be taking my break fairly soon. And that one you mentioned, I mean, there is one that I would never take. I just don't like the price range. But of course, that's just me. Isn't that way under $1? Bongo? I think I saw it this morning. Well, it's not halted. What does halted mean? It's not halted. Yeah, I'm not a big pullback player, so I'm the wrong person to ask about something like this pulling back to 10:05. Seed. Look at Seed. Seed was halted. I haven't seen this one for a bit. And it is stacked. Wow, this is going to be this could be a monster open, guys. Could be a monster open. Look the way it's, well, look what it's stacking up at 880, 880. Now, that may not hold. What time did it get halted? Got halted at 11:40, 55. So it'll be 11:45 plus 54 seconds. So we still have 3 minutes to go. But look what it's stacking up at, 880, 880. Now, it may not last. But if that lasts, I mean, that is going to be a monster open. Well, you're right. The volume is just, you know, it's very low volume right now, but it's an incredible low float. But if this pops to 850, I'm sure it'll get a lot of people interested. And again, guys, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is not part of Trade Ideas, okay? That time and sales, just go to File, New Window, and you know the box will pop up, and then time and sales, okay? It's not sorted, it's just the latest one. The latest one, okay? 1105, so it's not, I mean, it's sorted on time, so I guess you see the latest one on top. Well, I mean, look. First of all, it's not trading very much. It's not trading abnormally. So, I mean, look, you can create any filter to find this. Any scan will find this. Problem is, it could introduce a lot of other scans or a lot of other alerts. You know, it's not trading very much. It's not abnormally trading. It's a low float. Yeah, I don't think it. I mean, from what I understand, as long as you stay underneath $25,000, yeah, in cash only, I guess. The only problem is, as I understand it, but listen, I'm not an expert living in Canada. It might take 3 days for it to. So you may buy and sell underneath $25,000, not using margin, but it might take 3 days to settle. So on a rolling basis, I mean, after the first 3 days, I guess you can catch up. 2 days? Okay. Y'all don't have it. No, we don't have the PDT in Canada. Yeah, trade ideas, yes. To answer your question, Fami, yes. There's the halts resumes right there. Okay, 11:46. It was on today. Boy, this is really interesting. The only issue I've got with the AYRO though is that looking left there, 350. I always find that the 50 cents can prove to be a bit of a stumbling block for those stocks under $5, kind of like the whole numbers. But if it gets through 356, that high looking left, which is very close to, then you look left and it has a shot to get to 4. Ooh, a little pop here for CPSH. Some room too. But a bad spread. 204, 210 for a $2 stock. That's a little bit... what's the volume like? Yeah, great volume. 9 million in the float. 15 times normal volume. A lot of things interesting about this. I'd like to see the spread tighten just a little bit. 204, 210. Because what it can do, it can start to fill in that that gap up here. All right, so this is okay. This is going to be at least a 10-minute halt then. Yeah, because it's at 11:40, so it's past 11:45. So, well, if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, so it'll be 54 seconds after 11:50, so almost 11:51. Okay, if it's going to be a 10-minute halt. Typically, they are 5-minute halts, but if it's not a 5-minute halt, it is virtually always a multiple of 5. So it's possible then it's going to be 11:50 plus, I think, almost 11:51 for it to open. And it is, well, it's not stacking up. You see, now it's starting to come down. See 790, 790. Remember this was up 880, 880. So it is starting to come down now, getting closer to the, so 880 is not holding, no. Okay, guys, so it'd be interesting. Let's see. Let's see if it does open in... Oh, that's right. I said it was 51. So it's going to be about 11:51 if it's a 10-minute halt. No, it's open. Sorry. Bad math. It's open. So C just opened. So it did not, obviously it's not up at 880 like it was. Would have been interesting had it been only a 5-minute halt. So it's coming down. The volume is not really picking up. Well, it's starting to pick up now. Starting to pick up now for seed. Just a moment, please. sorry. Yeah, sorry, put myself on mute. Yeah, I didn't say that much. You know, it's trading right now. It's only trading normally. One, it's not a lot of volume. You know, it has some room, obviously, maybe up to 7. Okay, well, I'm glad you love it. AYRO guys, you know, has room. As I said before, has room to 4. Not saying it's going to get there. It's just a matter of getting rid of that 350. Yeah, certainly not Interactive Brokers having shorts for NKLA. Okay, Marky, you know what? We understand that you love AGTC. All right, so I'm glad you've got it. All right. All right, guys, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I'm just going to put the announcement in. Jamie is going to start in the YouTube stream at noon. All right, guys, that's CPSH. Spread tightened up. Look at the volume that came in. CPSH. Is it really? Is news going nonstop? Yeah, sort of. Yeah, I mean, it had the pop in the pre-market, chopped around for a while. Now from what I remember, they were going to have some kind of a conference call at 10 o'clock talking about their business. It didn't show up. It didn't show up as an IPO for us yet. Lemonade, that's right, Lemonade. Wow. I don't know what the IPO price was. I bet you it was way below 57. Okay, Jamie is going to take over in the YouTube feed. I'm going to stop right now. Okay, Jamie is going to take over in the YouTube feed. I'm going to stop right now.
Hello everybody, welcome to my desktop. Welcome to the live support session. I'll be your host for the next hour or so. Let me go ahead and resize my chat here, make sure it's working okay. If somebody could just give me a shout out, let me know that you can see the screen or my desktop and hear me clearly. That'd be much appreciated. And just going to pop my chat out here. All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, Jerry. Thank you very much. Thank you, Trey. All right, Doug, and as always, Mike C. Happy holiday weekend to everybody. Friendly reminder, market is closed tomorrow. So if you wake up and you don't see your alert windows and top list updating, you'll know why. All right, everybody, welcome. Looks like, a little bit of gap up, a little bit of retrace, and now trying to make it back up here. Kind of typical for a long holiday weekend. Expected to see a little bit of green today, and here we have it. So just remember, we are in the 1 hour allocated for the live support session. So I see we have a nice little crowd in here. So if you have some questions, don't be shy. Get them on out there. In the meantime, looks like Holly's not doing too shabby today, the AI. We've got a total of, let's see, 9 signals thus far. And I tell you what, let me just pull out my pen here just in case I need to go mark it on anything. There we go. So as I was saying earlier, Holly not doing too bad today. I've also been running in my paper mode all the Holly trades as well, just so I can kind of keep tabs, keep my fingers on the pulse. If I was running this live, what could I expect here? And we can see, well, my P&L graph seems to have disappeared because this total was a lot higher earlier. We're up in the $300 range comparing to moderate down here. But I seem to have lost my graph for some reason. Interesting. And a couple of these positions have backed off in the interim. But the cookies were there for a while. All right, Alex, see your question there. Yeah, so the question is there a library of strategies available for people? Well, yes and no. There's not like a central archive. However, that's what we designed the channel bar for, and this is the channel bar over here where I'm making all my squiggly lines. So this is more or less exactly that, Alex, okay? If I click on any of these channels, like for example, all of mine and Andy's and Steve's and Sean's favorite windows are in the Traders Vault. And I don't know why. There we go. Hold on 1 second here. If I scroll down here and click on Traders Vault, you'll notice all the windows are very tiny, and that's the way we had to shrink them down to pack them all in here. But this is a great place to go if you don't really have a good idea of what you might be looking for in an alert or a top list window. We've got all these windows. Of course, that's just one channel, and that really is why the channel bar was designed to give you a taste of different topics, whether it be penny movers or Chinese stocks, military industrial complex stocks in the defense channel, cannabis stocks in the 420 channel. things with huge volume, or maybe you're looking for ETFs to trade. So in a nutshell, Alex, that is pretty much what we designed the channel bar for, so that you can explore different strategies, alert windows. And by the way, let's say you're looking at the vault and you've been checking out all the windows and you're thinking to yourself, well, I like the idea of this jam down buy, right? And you want to make this window part of your own layout. Well, it's real easy to right click in any of the windows and just say save to cloud, and you save it. That way when I go back to my default layout, to find that window that I just saved to my cloud, I would come over here, hit File, Load from Cloud, and I'd see it right here at the top of the list. There's the jam down buy. I can click on it, hit Load. Now I can position it accordingly and save my default layout so that I've made that window part of my default layout. So hopefully that made sense, Alex. All right, Debbie, just reading your question. Okay, so we got the single stock window here, and pop out a window from the similar tab. All right, so we go to the similar tab. Okay, so right click and pop it out. Okay, so now we've got this top list here. Give it a default format with the other columns I'm interested in. Well, not from this interface, okay? But notice what happens, Debbie, when I come to New from my TI toolbar and I load a top list. You'll notice it loads up as my volume radar because that's what I've selected as default. So anytime you have a top list up and you want these columns to reappear, or any other configuration, maybe it's just columns, maybe it's something, like I refer to this simple filter set, stocks between 5 and 150 with $500,000. It's like a bare bones filter set, skeleton key, whatever you'd like to call it. So once you get a top list the way you want your default to be, now we could, let me go through that one more time, because if I pop this out from the single stock window and I right click, you can save it as default from here. So, I've got this one saved as default by right clicking and save as default. So, you'd still have to retool this one, but the functionality is going to be the same, because watch what happens if I say save that one that I popped out as default. Now let's see if I come over here and pop it out again. See, it's kind of universal, right? If you right click and say save as default in a top list, then that's the way it's going to come back up time and time again. All right, Alex, cool. Can you talk more about the ST strategy trades layout and how to use it? Or strategy trades layout. Now, are you talking, so Femi, are you referring to, let me just kill these windows off here. Are you talking about the AI strategies here? Or a different strategies menu? Strategy trades layout. I don't think you're referring to a channel. Just let me know if you're talking about the AI strategy panel. Okay, yes, the AI strategy panel, Femi. I see your yes, but I didn't know if you were saying yes to, are we talking about the AI strategy panel? Okay, yeah. So this is the AI strategy panel right here. Now you'll notice that today, let's count them up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 strategies have made the cut for today's trading, and these are the AI strategies. Now, you're going to notice that this strategy total, it's going to change just about every day. Not to say that when next Monday rolls around, there might be 9 in here, might be 10, 11, 12, or there might be 3 or 4, depending on what happens after the market closes today. And we update all of our servers with all the tick data from every single stock. And the way the AI strategy panel functions, other than having the strategies that made the cut each and every day, a little bit of background on how this process happens. So the AI has a base core of strategies, and it's always adding a few or dropping a few off, but let's just say there are 35 base strategies in the AI strategy core. Okay, so after we update the servers today and the market is closed, then the AI goes and sets off on its tasks before the next open. And what it does is it starts backtesting all of those core strategies and running the back test, seeing how the strategies score, and then trying to improve upon them. All right. And so once it's done with all that heavy lifting, and it takes hours and hours and hours, it's only the strategies that meet the minimum scoring requirement on our proprietary scoring system that will make the cut for the next trading session. So, only 9 made it today out of approximately 35 based on inputting the data from all the tick data today from every stock in the market. Once the AI completes its calculations again, who knows? Come Monday, there might be 12, 15, whatever. But that's a little bit of background about how these strategies show up for the next trading session. The one strategy trades all. Okay, right above it. Yeah, okay. So keep in mind, just because a strategy makes the cut doesn't mean it's going to fire off a trade. Notice the ones at the bottom here. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the strategies have not issued a single trade because the very specific criteria for these short strategies has not been met. So just because it shows up does not necessarily mean it's going to get any playing time. Whereas we can see Mighty Mouse has spit out 3 today, buyers stepping in 3, and then the rest of these have spit out 1 each. So, that's what's going on in the strategy panel. Of course, we can see what all the stops are generated around an intraday hold time. Some are designed to hold until, say, 15 minutes before the close, whereas these guys are designed around 2-hour hold times, an hour hold time, so forth and so on. So we can see here 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 trades coinciding with what we see up here, right? 9 signals, most of those coming from Holly 2.0. And then these are the very specific trades, or what we could call the AI's trade blotter. And this is just like your blotter or my blotter. Once the positions are initiated, then they're tracked in real time. We can see right here entry price. Oops, how did I do that? There we go. I got a little too big there. All right. So entry price right here. We can always see exit price as well. And keep in mind, we can see the exact time of entry over here and the exact time of exit over here. Now we just saw a flash here. Why is that? Looks like the AI just closed out a trade in CEMI right here. Oops, shifted on me. But if we take a peek here, I always like to see when I see something flash, whether it's an opening trade or a closing trade, always like to take a look and see why the AI closed the trade out. And as we can see on the semi trade right here, reduce risk. Okay, how do we do in semi? We lost $6.88, getting out basically while this thing's going sideways here. So I see the AI exiting, and I got to tell you, this looks not bad from a trading standpoint. We're down a little bit from the AI signal price, so technically we could probably get a little bit better price than the AI. I like the way this 10 period is, kind of dictating the action here. Looks like it wicked down, and it might act as a little bit of support there. Let's look at the long term here. And we've got a little bit of a gappy action here, looking all the way back to what we see going on way back here, butting up to this level here, right? So if this thing gets a little momentum behind it, we go test these highs again. I mean, there might be a little more upside action in there. But what I would do right off the bat is I would consult my single stock window. It seems to be hiding from me. Where are you hiding there, single stock? Huh. I guess mysteriously it got erased somehow. So let's just reload my default layout. Okay, we were taking a look at this semi right here. Now, looking at the AI's exit signal, we're butting right up against that 10 period. It wouldn't be that big of a stretch to take a little long right here. And depending on our risk tolerance, maybe use this area or stick to the AI's original stop loss. Check out the volume level in semi right now. We're doing 11.51 on the relative volume scale, meaning that if this thing keeps on going, we're looking at finishing the day trading approximately 11 times the share amount that this stock usually trades. So right now we could probably take very little risk. Maybe, even my eyes are drawn to this candle right here. So we could say, let's use a stop loss of 389, get long right here, and hope this 10 period holds up. If it doesn't, we risk less than the AI while getting a better price than the AI. And in my book, that's a pretty good, those are pretty good odds. I got a little off track there looking at semi there, but FEMI, this is where you can see all the detailed trade information. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out the different risk modes that are all displayed here, because we've got conservative right here, moderate, and aggressive. And just a quick word about all of these. A lot of people get confused going, well, which risk mode should I pay attention to? And there's really no magical answer for that. We're showing you how the AI is doing in all three risk modes each and every day, so that as you work with the AI on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, you'll start to notice correlations in market conditions. Okay, hey, we had a gap up today, we had a gap down the other day. How did I notice, did I notice any correlations between how the AI functioned on these days versus other days? And of course, that's just something that can be acquired through time and experience. But the bottom line is we're showing you all three risk modes just to have all the information out there. So today, oops, let me get rid of my pointer there. Today, the market, just from a general standpoint, we gapped up. We almost filled the entire gap before heading back up. So just keep in mind, the more days you see like this, you can look at the AI and go, okay, I remember on that specific day, which risk mode did the best, right? So just a word about what's going on in conservative risk mode here when we're talking about this guy right here. The AI is using all 5 of its exit parameters that are potential options to exit a trade. And on the very basic level, we got a stop loss, a profit target, and the timed holds that we can see down here. And if any one of those factors triggers, the trade is closed. So stop loss, profit target, and timed hold. And then we have the audibles that it can call, which there are only 2. It can exit a winning or a losing trade with profit save or reduce risk. View these options as kind of like a modified trailing stop. If the trade stops heading the way it's supposed to, then the AI has the option to close it out early. Sometimes it makes a good early close, sometimes it makes a bad early close. I will say this, the real strong suit from the AI is its entries, okay? A lot of the times we can make better exits than the AI based on our chart reading abilities. So it's the whole man working with machine theory there. The difference between conservative and moderate is using a stop loss. So if the trade gets stopped out, it stops updating. But it's showing you what would happen assuming the stop loss did not get hit and we just stayed in the trade and managed it accordingly. Lastly, aggressive is just showing us what happens if we buy or short the position and just use no risk management. Just hold it for the remainder of the day. So those are the differences in the 3 risk modes there. Got more questions coming in here. Give me a second. How to set up an order in B plus that will be at the limit plus an offset and get out at the current price minus volatility amount. That would be a custom filter that may or may not be doable, Debbie, but if the custom filter is buildable, sure, you could insert it in there into Brokerage Plus. And just to kind of illustrate what that might look like here, let me find where I stuck that. There we go. Okay. So here's Brokerage Plus. If we cruise over here to, and when I say that, yeah, you could do that if it's a strategy that you are trading, not necessarily the AI. Because first, I'm just going to click on the Holly AI strategies here, and the trading instructions are a lot more abbreviated to some extent than if you had your own custom. But it looks like we've added some fields lately. Limit formula advanced, right? And you can see that that area is grayed out currently. But if I go to my strategies tab here, and we take a peek in this guy, then if we go to risk management, you can see that formula, stop loss, okay, not trailing stop. There we go. Okay. Brain freeze. Notice what I did there. As soon as we click on filter, then we get the panel to activate itself, and you can use any filter in that capacity, Deb. Now, the custom aspect of it, you probably just have to pop that into info@trade-ideas.com regarding volatility, and we can tell you if that custom formula is doable. But assuming the system accepts that custom formula, then it would most definitely show up in here, and you could use that accordingly. Now let's go back to the Holly AI aspect. Let's see if the risk management, order entry. See, we can only select the risk mode here. Order entry. Yeah, and on the entry, we get the custom formula, but not necessarily on the other aspects of it. So you can see that this part looks a little bit different, not quite as many options as a regular strategy would have. Yeah, and regarding setting up your delta, Deb, that's pretty simple. So if we come back in here and we look at order details, you know, assuming your formula was accepted, you can point to that, no problem. But our question was setting up a delta for order entry. Notice we have different options here. Most popular ones are limit and market. All right. So, it's kind of a double-edged sword here. If we're using limits, a lot of the time, stock's moving fast, limit goes out, stock's already moved past it, you're not going to get the fill unless the stock backs up and fills, which sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Most of the time, if the stock's really in play, you're not going to get that back and fill type action. Now, if you run a market order, you'll get your fills every time. Problem is, you might eat some big spreads there. If there's a big spread between the bid and the ask and you just hit that offer, well, you're absorbing that spread. Nobody likes to do that typically, but you'll get your fills, and you might take some crazy prices along the way running market orders. So a good go-between is to select a limit with an aggressive delta. Okay, what I'm talking about there is the limit offset that we can say. All right, so using this little panel down here, we can say, okay, don't want to run markets, don't want to take that much exposure, but I want to stand a pretty good chance of getting a fill. And keep in mind, even with a limit and a pretty aggressive delta, sometimes you're not going to get the fill. It's the nature of the beast. But you'll get more fills, than you would just using a limit at the price in which the signal occurred. So notice right here, this is typically what I use. A limit offset with -8. And what that means is, let's say the signal price or the price at that came through your alert window and said, hey, this is the price at which the alert fired. Let's just say, for easy math here, it was $10. Okay, so it's going to take the 10, it's going to add 8 cents, it's going to put a limit buy out there at $10.08. So minus is actually adding to your delta, where positive, if we had a positive right here, it would put your order out at $9.92. Okay, so if the signal price came in at 10, we had a -8 delta, it's going to put a bid out there at 10.08, and hopefully you get that fill. If the spread is less than 8 cents, then it's going to hit the offer, and you're going to get the fill. So limit offset, pretty easy to program, and then if your custom formula is accepted, Deb, then it should show up in the drop-down menu there as well. Yeah, and I think that's what we were just covering there, Deb. Here's a strategy in the Strategies tab. All we do is we right-click and hit Edit Trading Strategy. Then you've got all your tabs: Configuration, Entry Time, Order Details, Risk Management, and Hold Time over here. So that's how you do it. Now, it's a little bit different. That's for your own strategies that you create and load from the cloud. A little bit different over here, but pretty much the same. We just, if we're in the Holly panel, we just right-click, then you have the ability to edit long and short trading instructions, as well as re-entry instructions if you want to re-enter positions. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't mean to pass you up there, Juma. Let's see. Right, we start watching the market 2.5 hours before the open, so that would be 7 a.m. Eastern time. And then we continue to watch, I think, just 2 hours after the close. So 7 a.m. Eastern time to technically 6 p.m. Eastern time. Hey, no worries, Deb. Yes, and as Mike inserted there, correct, 7 a.m. Eastern time. And let's just take a look. What I'd like to point out here too is I really like the functionality that's been built into the simulated aspect of Holly or the AI. You can see I've got all these active, so these are all the positions that we will see here as well. Now the cool thing is slippage is always a factor when we're auto trading or manual trading for that matter. Pardon me, I got a sticky button here. Come on. Okay, so back to what I was saying. Slippage is always going to be a factor, whether it's manual trading or auto trading. And when we're running the AI in paper mode, it is building in slippage. Or it's just more or less trading the market in a more realistic sense. In other words, we can see the prices that the AI has gotten over here, just marking the price where the alert came out. So solo 317, right? Well, what does it look like over here on my simulation? Did I get the same price? Oh, well, look. This is one of the rare cases where I actually got positive slippage. 314 right here in solo on a long, mind you. And solo here, AI marking a 317 price, which you don't see very often. It does happen, but it's the exception, not the norm. Let's look at another one here. Volt, $1.49. Right on the money as well. QTT, let's see, 353. Okay, I took a penny worse on that one. All right. CAS, 323. 2 cents of slippage on there as well. Simi, 409. Got a 411 price on that, so these are looking a lot more realistic. But it always is nice when you get positive slippage. It doesn't happen very often because, you know, what happens is the algos just ripped it down real quick and you just happen to get lucky and get a better price. But just keep in mind that's the exception, not the norm. UHS, what are we sitting at there? 96.12. Okay, so this is more realistic right here. Notice the price that the AI marked in UHS, 96.03. And we can see right here, 9 cents of slippage, 96.12 on that one. A lot more realistic. From my experience, you know, slippage typically can be anywhere between 3 to 10 cents on average and anywhere in between. But I'd rather overblow slippage than under account for it. And notice what happened to Simi is I was talking about, hey, it might be a good time to get long if this 10 period holds. Sellers tried to take it down here, couldn't really do it. We snapped right back up to that 10 period there. And the volume still kicking pretty good. Got high volume levels on the 5-minute level down here and the 1 minute. Keeping it up with the relative volume as well. So who knows? Might be sleepy going into the close, or might get a little fuel behind it. It all depends on if it can take out these highs up here before the day is out. But keeping in mind, everything's just kind of on autopilot as it typically is going into a long holiday weekend. As we just kind of scroll through the major ETFs, all looking pretty similar today. All right, looks like I'm caught up on questions. If I have missed anybody, I apologize and just pop it right back in. Been tracking a few IPOs. This guy's relatively young. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So AZEK, 15th day in existence. You can see the price alert I've set up here at the high. This one's been kind of clawing back here, so definitely going to keep my eyes on this one in the new week. Volume is a little anemic right now, doing about 1/5 of its normal volume, so no action today, but definitely will be on my radar as the new week arrives. All right, Alex, your question, can I build a watch list of positions and get alerted when I should exit based on a timed exit? Well, let's see here. Can you build a watch list of positions and get alerted when you should exit based on a timed exit. Well, when you say timed exit, my mind goes to the back tester and the Holly strategies. It kind of sounds backwards. How would you bring in the timing mechanism? Okay, because building a watch list is easy, but then you want to be alerted based around a timed exit. I'm not really sure how that would work. Building the list, then how would you assign time to each and every position there? Now you could build a strategy and insert it into Brokerage Plus, and then it would alert you when those positions were being closed out. But as far as just building a top list with custom symbols in it and then wanting the system to identify you in a certain amount of time, yeah, there's okay, I see your last input there, Alex. There's no way to do that, assuming I'm understanding, here's a list, tell me when 3 days is up. Yeah, there's no way to articulate that into the system, even though it sounds very simple, and it is very simple. No way to tell the system to do that for you. No worries. All right, X22, let's see. My custom strategy is going, my interactive broker's account. Brokerage Plus passes the target and stop loss to IB. But the trailing stop doesn't work at all on dollars or percent or filter. Yeah, and I know that the trailing stop, let's see here. Just checking out my B plus real quick here. Okay, so just to clarify here, when we go in, risk management, everything transfers over, but the trailing stop is not doing its thing for you, correct? If that's the case, then we'd more than likely need to get a look at your log files there, X22. So the way you send those over is just from your TI toolbar. You click on Help right here, and you click Send Files to Support. They'll get sent over automatically, and then you might just want to pop an email in to info@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, I sent my log files in. This is what's happening with trailing stop option. And then the coders can take a look at your log file there and help you pinpoint the issue there. And yes, Debbie, the question was, after auto trading an entry, can you manage the trade manually from your IB Trader workstation? Absolutely. And of course, you could also manage that position through Brokerage Plus. If you choose to execute through Trader Workstation over at IB, that's fine too. Just keep in mind, if you do have Brokerage Plus connected, that's what it's doing. It's going to have everything on the blotter that is on your Trader Workstation. So, whether you use Brokerage Plus to manually exit an automated entry or Trader Workstation, that's what we refer to as gray boxing, letting the machine make the entry and then you handling the exit, and you can gray box through IB directly through their platform, or you can use our platform to do that as well. Do have a few things hitting all-time highs today, not very many. PDD. Good old chug, chugging up higher. Chegg, I should say. Hitting those all-time highs. Always like to pull up this top list real quick here, just see how crowded it is. Let's see. Speaking about things that like to consistently go up, yeah, we've got a nice handful of them here. In US, get that nice gap. Not quite to all-time highs, but that's not what this list is looking for. It's just looking for things levitating well above the 10-period moving average on the daily. And what I've noticed is the correlation here. If they're doing that on the daily, a lot of the times that this 10-period on the intraday is going to act like a glove. It's going to stay well above it too, which can present some pretty decent intraday as well as swing trading entries. All right, so yeah, glad that makes sense. X22, let me know if there's anything else I can do for you. All right, Aya, let's see, you're wanting to look at IDIA. Yeah, nice couple of days there, not too long ago. And as it's consolidating here, figuring out which way it wants to go next, getting the little sandwich working here between the 20 and the 10-period moving average. Don't know if you're in that one or not, Aya, but if you are, hopefully it's from somewhere in this area here, maybe. Not a bad little short, but it looks like the party is over in NLTX. Not a bad little entry there on the AI, lining up with this tight little range break that it occurred. So let's see, how much do we have in that? 14.44 all the way down to about 44 cents in that nice tight little breakdown right there. Powered by the AI. That's why I like seeing these, because this is my favorite intraday pattern where we have a nice tight consolidation and then a break below with volume, and we can see not too shabby on the relative side. Now, breakdown short, fitting the pattern here. A lot of the times though we'll see these patterns and it's not necessarily a breakdown. And if we look over here at the daily, had a little bit of room in that one, but not too much. But statistical probability along with a nice tight chart pattern, that's like a double dose of goodness. Statistical probability coupled with a nice looking pattern that we can easily identify. Makes it a lot easier to go, hey, I'll take a little piece of that. And that would have been the right decision on the one and only short from the AI cluster today. But if you didn't peel out, take those cookies while the plate was being passed, you're not looking at as many cookies today. And of course, we could say the same thing, whether it's a long or a short. Every position seems to be working to some extent, but then pulling back a little bit, whether it's a long or a short. Femi, the question is, how can Trade Ideas help with gap and go strategy? Well, how that trade's going to work out is another matter. But we're pretty good at showing you gaps. That's our pre-market channel. That's pretty much what everybody likes to go to it for. We've got the up gappers and the down gappers. If we use the hunting analogy, and the gappers are the things that you're hunting. If we use, hey, the animal that I'm hunting today are things that are gapping up, things that are gapping down. Then maybe you're a gap continue person, or maybe you're a gap fade person and want to take the other side of that gap. Well, whether that thing closes the gap, continues off the gap, that's another matter. But we can always bring back testing into the equation if we're trying to figure out, okay, I'd like to develop a strategy on stocks that gap up, and then I'd like to short them because I think it's going to fill the gap, or things that are gapping down, and I like to buy them in hopes that either all or part of the gap gets filled. lots of different ways to skin that cat as far as gaps, continuations, fills, false gap retracements to the up and the downside. So we can easily find the gaps for you. But when it comes to what are these stocks going to do, how are they going to react to the gap, fill, partial fill, and then retrace or continue? Well, therein lies the magic question. Really, that is the heart of the strategy. So, whether we use chart reading skills to help make our decisions on whether it's going to fill or continue, or applying statistical backtest to the equation, or maybe a little bit of both, that's where the real, magic is done. But we can definitely help you identify the gaps, and then based on your mindset and your trading strategy, you can apply the additional things, and hopefully successfully trade those gaps. Can you look at IBIO and explain the chart pattern? Well, I'll certainly give it my best shot here. Get back to my default. IBIO. Well, here we have IBIO on the daily. Okay. Let's see. So back here on the 26th, we had a nice juicy gap up. Looks like we capitulated up to the top here. Ran out of steam. Put in a couple of wicks, and then whoosh, we're heading back down. So, let's see here. Let me crunch this up on a weekly just to see if we're seeing the whole picture here. Okay. So now we're looking at weekly candles. It just looks like this thing took a nice little, it's been very active since, we took this little pop off the bottom here. Looks like about 28 cents. Ran all the way up to, almost 340. But look exactly where it ran out of steam on that last run there. Keep in mind these are weekly candles that we're looking at here, so we're looking pretty far back. After it, stock had been punished, popped back up here, matching up with this area that acted as supply or resistance. Let me come all the way back down, but let's go back to the daily. Just kind of wanted to get a little history there. After this last little run, made it up to this area and is now peeling back, and probably, if I had to make a bet here, might have a little bit more room before it finds any more upside play. Of course, it's going down on green candles here. Depending on where it closes the day today, we're going to be right at the 10-period moving average that you can see here on my daily. But it looks like, just eyeballing it here. Notice yesterday we almost got down to that level, but not quite. But it just looks like this is where it wants to go. This is where some support might be found, potential support anyway. As far as what's going on the intraday, just a little consolidating action right here before it picks its direction. Notice what's happening here on the 10 period from an intraday standpoint. I would have to say that this is a sign of weakness. It had been hemming and hawing around that 10 period right there. Now we've got a couple of we got a 1 15-minute close here, 1 15-minute close below that 10 period fast line. So maybe it fulfills its destiny today. Maybe it revisits yesterday's lows. But that remains to be seen. We're not doing a whole lot of volume here, only not quite 0.60 on the relative scale. But that's just what it appears to me. We had the nice run up into an area of supply. Stock's taking a breather back down to this area that might act as potential support. Let's take a look at the volume weighted average price too. Handy little feature. We can click on the anchor up here. I'm going to anchor it to this candle right here. And now the purple line is the volume weighted average price. So notice what's happening on the purple line too. We just closed below the VWAP. We're closing below the 10 period. So, if you put a gun to my head right now and said place a trade in IBIO, if I had to do it, I'd probably short it right here. Because according to some of my more fundamental stuff, that just looks like the direction we might be headed. Of course, That was only if you put a gun to my head. Due to the lack of volume, I wouldn't touch this one at all at this point in time. So that is my layman's explanation of what is going on with IBIO currently. On the 5 minute and the 1 minute, well, I'm afraid I'm not going to be a lot of good because I don't really watch the 1 minute charts. I'll look at a 5 minute in the first 30 minutes sometimes. But looking at the 1 minute chart, I mean, consolidation is a consolidation is a consolidation. I mean, that was if you're this short term of a trader, then this little, what was it, from 904, let's just call it a 45-minute consolidation level on the 1 minute time frame. That was a nice little breakout area right there. Took us from 2 up to 205. Not a big percentage move, but a pattern is a pattern there, right? Other than that, I don't really, there's not a whole lot jumping out at me here. Let's look at the 5 minutes, but it's going to be pretty much, you know, can't identify that little shelf right there, but here we have it. It's the same spot. We're just seeing 5 minutes. So, you know, just tightening up. Looks like IBIO, you know, to use to use one of Steve Gomez's descriptions, you know, the troops are just kind of hanging out, fueling up, getting a good night's sleep, taking a shower, eating, and figuring out what they want to do. And so that consolidation period right there is kind of just that. The stock, the buyers and the sellers have become equal. And when they become unequal, then we'll get a shift to the up or the downside. But right now it's just hemming and hawing right around this area. Check out what I do here. Let's see. IBIO. If we anchor that VWAP again from the opening candle, you know, it's just hugging that volume weighted average price. The purple line is where the majority of the shares have traded price-wise today. Got a little above VWAP right here. So if you sold up here, you got a premium, or you opened up a nice short, you got a little pullback. But keep in mind that move from there to there is only a nickel. So good moves. They're just not big moves today on the intraday for IBIO. If I had to sum it up in one phrase, buyers and sellers are pretty equal in this stock today. Are you referring to this shaded area, Deb, or just the white in general? Boy, this one's had some interesting days. Definitely a volatile stock. Industrials, let's see here, because every time I see a stock like this, my mind immediately goes to biotech, but this one is not. In the reorg and acquisition business, these also can be a little crazy, but, and this thing was sleeping for a long time around the $10 level and has recently enjoyed prices as high as 18 and change. You know, here's another example of like intraday consolidation on the 5. Gapped up along with most everything else, peeled back. Notice it caught some support right at the magic 10 period here, even though we're looking at 5-minute candles here. Of course, notice the daily action. Significant wick action, but back down to this area right here, which acted as support, obviously. Once we got out of this little channel right here, now that was a pretty good buying opportunity as we break out of this little channel right here. Looks like the magic number was right about 1650, and this one got a nice little push of about 2 points, 1650 all the way up to 1850. Now, there's a million of these patterns out there right now. Most of them are going to try to break out and then kind of just fold back over and not really do anything. The ones that have the most potential when you see something like this playing out are the ones that are doing exceptional volume. Now check out relative volume down here. This thing's still rocking 142 as far as relative volume goes. We can see right here, using only trades about 200,000 shares a day, and it's kicked out 7.3 million already today. So volume is not the holy grail, but it can be the great equalizer on any pattern, whether it's a simple range break, channel breakout, anything like that. If it's a pattern and it's got volume behind it, well, then the odds of success go up significantly. It's just like the river, you know. If it's raging and you jump in, you know you're going to get pushed down pretty rapidly. If it's a lazy river at your local water park, you know, you're just going to go leisurely floating down. It's a lot easier to stop that momentum if some sellers come in. But if, you know, with a relative volume of 142, we could just call that whitewater type stuff, the serious stuff, experts only. So if you make a good entry, you know, and you got that volume behind you, then you could get some nice intraday moves like this. Yes, Mike, you enjoy the weekend as well. I'll do my best not to blow my fingertips off with any fireworks. And Debbie, you were talking about the shaded areas. Now, you know, notice when I click on symbols here, oops, get my pointer back. We've got the little shaded areas right here, which are going to be coinciding with what we see over here on the right margin. Profit target up here, smart stop down here. Okay, so the shaded area is coinciding with what you see on the right margin. So in other words, if I just looked at the SPY right here right now and I said, I think the SPY is going to go up. If I make this trade and it goes in my direction, where should I try to get out? Well, that's why we're putting the profit target up here. This is a recommended profit target, and this is our recommended smart stop. If this thing goes against you and goes down, this is where we're recommending that you get out. Profit target up here, and the shaded area is going to be dictated by where the smart stop and the profit target are over here. And then you'll see it kind of duplicated over here. It's just hard to see. Now, if I click on an AI trade, the shaded area takes on a different meaning. Okay, if I clicked on semi like I just did here, this is the time the AI spent in the trade under conservative mode. Entry here, exit over here, time spent in the trade under conservative risk mode. So not to be confused with just a random stock that I pull up, which gives us this type of shading corresponding with profit target and smart stop. No problem, Debbie. So Siggy, it's bleeding out at this point. I'm not sure which stock you were referring to. I've got my small exchange products and a top list here. And over the past week or so, I've been trying to figure out which indice or which major tracking ETF that their small stock 75 index most closely mimics. And it seems like it changes up a little bit every day. I'm going to unlink this. I'll tell you what, let me get the symbol in there first. And we're going to unlink this. Put this on 15 minutes as well. Do a little comparison here while waiting on another question. And before we do that, we'll take a look at GNUS. Nice little intraday behavior on this guy too. Little dual step action there. And not the biggest volume, but good enough. 1.71. That's good enough in my book. still kicking it pretty big time. If we focus on the 5-minute volume level right here, a value of 100 being normal, it's still raging pretty good on the 5-minute to the tune of 6.5. So once again, if the volume is behind these plays right here, got a nice 269 level right here. Stock's currently up at 311. And that's quite a nice percentage move on Genius Brands there. All right, so getting back to this guy right here, keep in mind that this small exchange product is technically a futures product, but it's made up of an index of 75 stocks. So here we can see the action for it today. Looking at 5 minutes, took a run up and then a little grind down. Well, looks like the SPY did that too. Took a little run up and then a grind down. Let's see, but let's go to 15 here. Okay, we're on 15 there. We don't want to see post or pre. Check my time here. Ooh, wow. Time flies, ladies and gents. We're back at the top of the hour here. So I better communicate with Barry and let him know that time has passed. Wow, I expected to see 15 or 20 minutes left on the screen. Give me 1 second here. All right, I'll just wait for Barry to respond real quick here before I stop streaming. And as always, want to thank everybody for popping in here. I hope everybody has a safe extended weekend. Take this opportunity to recharge and hang out with friends and loved ones. And I hope everybody enjoys themselves, and we'll see you back here. Same bad time, same bad channel on Monday. Well, I'm just waiting for Barry to say we're good to go here. All right, Barry says he's good to go. So, all right, everybody, adios. Have a great, enjoyable weekend. And
Okay, guys, I think I'm back live on the YouTube feed. I know Jamie entertained you guys for an hour from 12 to 1. And I'll be doing my video pretty soon, and there's a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock that I attend, so upcoming events on my calendar. You know what, guys? Keep an eye on OSUR. Now, it has not triggered. It's on my watch list. It has not triggered because the relative volume is not high enough. But look at OSUR. Now, the longer it bases here, I mean, if it does get some volume, it's had decent volume. It's just the relative volume is not great. Keep an eye on OSUR. And why, of course? Well, again, that old look left. Look at the room it's got. Look left on that daily chart, the month, the weekly, the monthly. Has lots of room that it can start to run. So it's hanging tough at 1220, and if you get a volume pop, this could really energize it again. Oh man, do I take this? Well, it's above that high now of last week. Or it's right at that high of last week, I should say. That's the GNUS. Now, GKK. All right, guys, I am going to do my video now. So what time is it? 1:03. I'll be back before 1:30, but I'll just in case. I always have to say that just in case I have some technical issues. So I'll. All right, guys, so I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm now back. And I guess maybe this is typical now. I mean, I shouldn't say typical, but I mean, the fly is completely and utterly flattened out, and maybe in advance of the market's being closed down tomorrow, though we don't necessarily see something like this. We've had, times where we've had holidays on either Friday or a Monday, and the day before, say the Friday or the Monday, sorry, the Thursday or the Friday can be really, really exciting still. Just is really flattened out though. ARTL. Just one moment, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. Just got drawn away there for a second. Yeah, keep an eye on the AERTL. I did see that it showed up. Where did it show up? Well, I know it showed up somewhere. Oh, that's right. It showed up. Again, remember at 1:30, I'm going to be clearing this. Don't know how much action we're going to get going into the end of the day, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this. In fact, why don't I do it now? Maybe I'll just start doing it at 1:15. So I'm going to clear it and let's just see what happens here. So there was the ARTL, at $1.60 at 115, so it popped up to 170, but it has come right back down. But look at the volume. Seeing a few of these today, where you get this huge volume, but it doesn't, even though the volume is what we're looking for, but it just doesn't want to persist. It's sort of an immediate drop. A lot of times when you see that sort of volume, you're not going to see the immediate drop anyway, but you know what, Marky? We do understand that you like the AGTC, okay? This one, PCG. Look at PCG. Haven't seen PCG for a while. All right, look at CIDM. Well, there's probably a lot of resistance. So look at the volume that came in, though. It's the CIDM out of nowhere. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, look at this. Snoozed all day. Then all of a sudden, the pop. But it's not clean enough on the daily. It's too much resistance in my opinion. Marky, stop it. I'm sorry. Like, who found AGTC? I don't know who found AGTC. You found it. Okay? I didn't find it. Okay? So I don't know what you mean. Like, okay, I didn't find, okay, AGTs. As far as I know, you found it, so I don't know who found it. Okay, great. Tim, you found it. How'd you find it? Tell Marky. Guys, I mentioned this OSUR a little earlier as something to keep an eye on, especially it's not going to show up in here unless it hit 1 on the relative volume. But I mean, it is basing beautifully just around that 1220 mark. All I'd be waiting for, in fact, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert, a price alert around 1225. If it takes it out, that's fine, but it has to be on volume. Imagine if we got a big volume bar like that and it took it out, and then look left, look how much room it has. Okay, FUV is starting to, again, Solo. What's Solo doing? They usually kind of trade a little bit in tandem. So Solo's starting to drift a little bit. FUV, though, is... Market is still flat. Still mildly interested. I'd love to see the market drop though. Mildly interested in this CZZ. It's starting to drop a little bit. It may not be dynamic enough. See the relative volume. So that's one thing I might change. You know, in those two scans. I talk about that in the video. I might have to make an adjustment. Make sure the relative volume is at least 1. Otherwise, you get into a situation with a CZZ and it just doesn't want to move. Yeah, I mean this has all, but you never know. You never know. Out of nowhere, maybe the algos start kicking in and we start getting some volume. But this is about as muted as I have seen the SPY in a long time. It's just even this, like the narrowness of the bodies of those 15-minute candles. Look at the 5-minute. I mean, just doing nothing. No, not like this. I mean, this is no, not like this. Marky, I like. I don't want to. I'm not trying to be mean here, but you're putting too much pressure on Tim. All he did was he said he saw it from somebody. Okay, so I would just kind of relax. Okay, there'll be other plays. Take a look at my trend reversals. Okay, maybe you can take a look at that from the scans. Trend reversals. Right here, trend reversal up. You probably see stocks that they'll definitely be on the bottom and trying to crawl up. Okay, so take a look at that one. Tom, this is going to be way off topic, okay, for you, okay, but I will say this. It's not so much with multiple screens, but I don't know if you're aware of what I'm going to call computer glasses. And that's what I wear. They're literally perfect for that 3 to 4 foot distance between looking at your monitor. If I didn't have them on, and I don't really wear glasses, but if I didn't wear these, I couldn't do what I'm doing. So you might want to check that out unless you already have glasses like that. They're actually designed just for that distance. And yes, the blue light, okay, so they filter out, yep. But even before I had that, yeah, try the computer glasses. These are prescription, but they are computer. I know it sounds crazy, but they're designed right for that little sweet spot. I had that issue, a few years ago when I first started really staring at the screen all day long, and I getting headaches, and it was really hard. If you go to your optometrist or your optician, just ask about that. Well, speaking about the BYFC, I mean, yeah, look at this. I mean, if this, so the next high looking left on the daily still has that issue of 317. So to me, a couple of issues. Number one, the whole number of three, always a bit of a challenge. You know, the whole number is always a bit of a challenge to poke through. You look left and at 317. Now, if it can take 317 out, this will probably make my watch list for Monday, because then look left and look at the room it's got. Yeah, that's the other thing you can do. You can turn down. There's settings with just normal settings within your PC that can actually adjust the brightness, which I do also. Just do Google that, and you'll come up with a bunch of. Oh, you've already done that. Okay. Well, try the glasses then too. Yeah, let me know how that works if you do get if you do get the glasses with the blue, whatever it's called. No, 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 no. That's not what you asked me, Grippy. I have multiple monitors hanging off one computer. I've had that for years. Yeah, it's sort of trigger, but you see what it didn't, to me, it didn't trigger. Well, let me see here. Yeah, I mean, the volume still isn't great, okay? That's what I'm talking about. You know, I'm talking about getting a big volume burst. Unless it gets a big volume burst, it could just kind of tease you a little bit in this area. I like to see that. I mean, it doesn't have to be quite as dramatic, but imagine if we had that volume now for OSUR. All right, well, here it goes, guys. I mean, it's now through three. Can it pop right through that high right there, 316, without looking back? Yeah, on that one, Lucas, I cannot help you. Okay, you're going to have to go to the homepage, and they're either going to ask you to send your log, or maybe Michael can help immediately. I don't know. I can't help you with that, but I will give you the homepage link. Okay, and you can start a live discussion. And I say they may ask you for your log. All right, guys. So you know what the best thing that could happen with BYFC is that it just consolidates just a little bit below that 350, that 316, maybe around 312, 313, and then we get another volume burst right through it. But look where it got to. I mean, almost to the penny. 315 is the high there, and the high right there is 316. I mean, it's crazy how it works, the first time. But I mean, if it pops through the second, especially if you get some volume, then that high of the day of 2 days ago will be all but forgotten. I'm not ignoring you. I'm reading. I'm just putting a check mark. Boy, this could get interesting, guys. Just watch it if it explodes through. Well, it's man, it's creeping, guys. OUSUR is starting to creep. Still not a lot of volume. See, I mean, I just won't trust it. Listen, it may do it without any volume. It may just inch its way up without any volume at all. But I would be much more induced to buying it if it popped through on some great volume. Just get ready. I mean, just be ready if it pops through. Jay, I'm going to give you something much better, in my opinion, okay? My humble opinion. You're talking about the stocks like this. And let me show you something that I've got that I do use. And it's a stocks like this template, okay? Now, you can see right up here, you can put as many filters as you want, okay? These are just columns, okay? You can put as many as you want. And then, in the configure, symbol list, single symbol. And then you put your symbol in. Okay, put your symbol in. And then you can do a history of today. Now, you'll have to have a trigger, more than likely. I mean, it might be a new high, as an example, a new high for the day. I think that's what I've used. But whatever trigger you want. And then do a history. of today. And then you are going to see, instead of having to wait in 5 minute intervals like the stocks like this does, and plus you can very quickly zero in on the filters that might be of interest to you and see what the values were. Does that all make sense? It's what I use instead of that other one. Markets close 4 o'clock. I'm pretty sure it's 4 o'clock today. I don't think it's early. Yeah, the bonds, but I think the market is. Well, I think it's normal hours. All right, guys. Well, just set your alert, for about 317 for BYFC and see if it pops through on volume. It would have to be volume. Okay, it's got to be volume. It can't just be because it's popped through. I have to see some volume. It doesn't have to necessarily be, that much volume, but it has to be decent volume. Same as perv. I think you probably meant previous. But, well, I would say it doesn't have to be exactly that. But I mean, give me something that looks like this, on that 5 minute chart. Yeah, I didn't retake this one. I thought about it, but again, the relative volume isn't great, so kind of confirm with the volume. Yeah, otherwise, what is going to really, really cause that to really pop through if it's just normal volume? Yuma, yeah. So we start scanning at 7 in the morning Eastern time. Our data. We have data from 7 to 7, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern time. Well, I'm not looking at swinging anything. I'm not looking at swinging anything over. I'm not a big swing trader. Okay, I'm not looking at swinging anything. And look, I mean, again, look what's happened with the BCYC. BYFC, sorry. No volume confirmation. I mean, listen, does it always happen this way? Of course not. But just no volume confirmation. So all you have to do is just wait, though. I mean, it could come back. All right, I know who's going to yell at me. Graph, not yell. GKK, where are you? That's okay. I'm just going to hang on to my FMCI and look at CZZ. This is looking actually pretty good. All right, let's take a look at what's happened since these first alerts here. These are the earlier ones. ARTL, let's see, 160, so this did not do anything from there. AKTX 264, nothing. FUV 626, modest. PCG 955, yeah, it's starting to move. And then this one, of course, came back. Graph 1910, 1925, so starting to move. Do I short? Yes. I shorted CZZ earlier, CZZ earlier. Didn't work, yeah, I short. Why didn't graph show up here? Ah, right. I actually put this one now at a maximum of $10. Juma, yeah, actually, I mean, I'm on the West Coast, okay, so that's 4 o'clock my time. There have been times I get up even earlier than that, and I have to admit, on the top lists, you can start getting data around 3:45, maybe 3:45. The charts don't, definitely the charts, the intraday charts do not start until 7. When I say 3:45, so 6:45. I do agree. The top list seemed to start populating around 6:45. All right, so I took the wrong SPAC. I was going to wait for this one to do the same sort of thing. No thoughts about it, really. I can't short it. There are no shorts available for me for NKLA at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, if I could short it, I'd be waiting for about 59.27, the low of 2 weeks ago. If it took that out, boy. Yes, this count is down to 30. Yes, this is down to 30. All right, guys, we are now breaking out a little bit here on the SPY. We're breaking out a little bit, just a little bit here, okay? Remember, this was almost an hour and a half like this, starting to break out just a little bit. Well, that's pretty aggressive. $25 end of today, or what day are you talking about? Shiloh. Shiloh was active. 189. This was very active. Wow. Let's see if it takes out two guys. Look at the room that Shiloh has. SHLO. Keep an eye on SHLO, guys. It takes out two. Just do a refresh, Marky. Beside the gear icon, you can't see my screen, but up in the right hand corner there's a refresh icon. If it's frozen. Well, it's not a crazy low float situation. It's just choppy because traders. I mean, there's no other. I mean, I can't think of a specific reason why it would be any choppier today than any other day. I mean, it's not a super low float. 25 million is not excessive, of course, but XAir is moving a little bit here. All right, guys, the marketing meeting is going to start in about 5 minutes. Another one just struggling to get through that whole number. So I'm going to stick an alert around 205 for Shiloh. See if it can take out that whole number. If it takes it out, then look out. I mean, it's got a lot of room. Look at that weekly chart all the way up to about 350. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. In here, in the basic new highs. Wow, because I only have one. Isn't that right? Or one and a half? Oh, three. I do have three. Okay. Man, I wish I still had my this short. This is really starting to work well now. Yeah, I think with a little bit of fine tuning, which I'll have 3 days to do, very interested to use these two next week. And you can probably tell that I'm also in this one, just testing it. It's the AMRC. So at first at 28.75. All right, guys, I'm going to just put this announcement here. Interesting. We still have a bug there. I didn't download the latest version of, yeah. See, it's wiping out the trades. I didn't do anything, but it wiped out the trade. Maybe I got stopped out, I don't know, but it shouldn't wipe out the trade. I didn't download the latest. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to put the announcement here. All right. Oops. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I'm just waiting for this new data provider, and unfortunately, Brad was on holidays, so I guess we'll find out a little bit later. Maybe get a bit better float information, short float information, things like that. I've been waiting for that for a while. I was hoping to have it by the end of this last week, but I guess not. So that's what I was talking about in the marketing meeting. Meanwhile, Graph, holy smokes. So I'm watching, I mean, look at FUV, 628 on the alert. What did I get up to? 682. I'm still going to, well, I don't know about this one. It looks like it's drifting down a little too much. And the graph on a 1910 alert, nice. Shiloh, did it take out two? Did not take out two. Seed, 889. This will be really interesting to see what this does after hours. Seed. Yeah, William, I don't know if there's any. I mean, I don't swing trade very often, so I'm the wrong person to ask about holding something through the long weekend. Well, guys, let's see now. Seed. I mean, I'm surprised how well it's held up, to be honest. Look at that float, 2.6 million in the float. It'll end up. Remember, when we first got that alert, it traded 50,000 shares. So it'll probably end up with a million shares today. Probably 40 times normal. What does that underline mean, real? What is that little underline sign? What does that mean? I'm not familiar with that. Yeah. Remember, polite Canadian here. No, we're not. We're not looking at extending the room after. No, there's just nobody available. I can't. I can't rely on anybody. I can't ask anybody to do it. I'll always stick around a little bit after 3, but it's just not going to happen. Okay, Cliff, I am going to give you a video that goes over things like that. Okay? If you haven't already seen this video, the Brokerage Plus intro video, you really should. It's got a lot of information, including what you're talking about. Okay? Excuse me. Yeah, it's a long video, but it goes over a lot of points. If you're familiar with Michael Noss, he's our Brokerage Plus / IB expert on trading, and so he put it together. It's about 27 minutes long, but it's well worth it. Okay. I don't know where most new TI subscribers come from, to be honest. Well, yeah, somebody's asking in the YouTube feed about Graph. Well, I mean, it's a SPAC if you're familiar with what they do. So, I mean, it's the first little pullback it's had since that was a minor one right there. Okay, that's a long time ago then. I mean, these SPACs are so, they're obviously very specky. I just can't make a recommendation. I don't recommend anyway, but I can't make a recommendation. Say, yeah, take this trade and hold it over the weekend. Yeah, I was a little disappointed. There was no. I looked at that press release. I thought, man, this is nonsense. But then you're right. I took a quick glance to see if there were any shorts available, and nothing. Not for me anyway at Interactive Brokers, and neither for you. Which is a little disappointing because that's such a fluffy press release. Keep an eye on this one. This MR Montage Resort, or sorry, Montage. Montage Resources here. Just over 4 has got a lot of room. Well, not a lot of room. The 200-day is around 460, but that's far enough away from 4. It's got some room into this area here. Not really trading abnormally. I think this is what I want to do is make the changes, making sure that it at least is trading abnormally. Guys, seed is really interesting. It is just basing well right there. I mean, if you get we get some more volume, popping through 9, looking left, a high of around 1080 or so. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here. We're going to switch headsets. Just a second. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm going to keep watching Shiloh. I mean, this has a lot of potential here. No, this is not that sort of a room trick. I do not tell people what to do in terms of buying and selling, okay? This is more, I mean, obviously, if I talk about things that I may be getting into, saying, guys, I'm watching this level, I'm watching this level. If I get into the trade, yeah, I'll let you know. But this is not the sort of room where I'm going to say, okay, guys, you take this trade at 910 and get out at 950. These are ideas. You know, I've already given an idea about seed, you know, over 9 with volume coming through 9. Whether you take that trade or not is up to you. But that's an idea. That is not saying, okay, guys, you should take this trade if there's a lot of volume and it goes through 9. That's a lot different. And it's really got no bearing on what plan you take, whether you take a standard monthly or a standard. Oh, back testing the alert using the oddsmaker. Okay, again, I really don't use I haven't used the oddsmaker or the back tester in years and years. My suggestion is that you either one of two things. Sorry, I thought it was a specific Brokerage Plus. You can go to the home page and or you can go to info@trade-ideas.com. Michael Noss will more than likely answer that question. Yes, you can. You can upgrade late, as long as you do it within 30 days. And let me just put this in here now. Yeah, I'll put the promo code, etc. This will run at least till Monday night, 11:59 p.m. Sorry, Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Goods. Hello, Goods. I mean, listen, this is a great opportunity you can try us out for 1 month, the standard monthly plan. It'll cost you 118 less than 25%, okay? If you like us enough, you know, you don't have to hop into a yearly plan right off the bat. But if you decide, yeah, this is the program for me, you can do one of two things. You can upgrade from standard to premium, or you can upgrade from a monthly to an annual. But you know, you don't have to hop into an annual plan right away. So you've already had the program for 3 weeks? Yeah, you can, yes, you can use that. Is that what you want to do? You've already had the program for 3 weeks? Okay, so all you have to do is this. Contact Kelly. I'm going to give you her email address. And just say what you want to do. You want to upgrade from monthly to yearly. Make sure you give her the address, the email address you use to sign up, so that she can locate your account, okay? And then she'll take care of you with the discount. You too, Thomas. Have a great holiday weekend. Yeah. Just waiting for the next one to come in here. Keep an eye on the BYFC, guys. It's not dead. I mean, it's still hovering around that 3 mark. You know, all that has to happen is, you know, even if it just crept up here and then again, volume to break it through. You know, we might get a late day. It's only 2:30. We might get a late day trade. Of course. I didn't take it yesterday, so yeah. I take the I take the U.S. market holidays, of course. Look at FUV. What a fantastic alert right there. 628. Little pullback there, but 685 now. We are closed tomorrow. Of course, we're closed tomorrow. Market's closed tomorrow. Wow, look at FUV. This, you know, what did I say a long time ago? I said Solo and FUV usually trade in tandem, and Solo was ripping at the beginning, and FUV wasn't doing anything really. And then, literally, I think within about a minute, that's when FUV did this. And now look at it. Boy, CZZ just keeps moving down. Darn it. Wish I still had that one. That was a short. I know. Taking too much flack for the Z. Ooh, guys, what time is it? 2:35. Denny's making a little move here. DENN making a little bit of a move. Just waiting for the next one to show up. Well, guys, I'm just sort of biding my time right now. Unless something shows up here, I'm probably not going to be doing anything. The market, though, is putting in a nice little move. Not a bad little move out of all this. Let's see if we get a big green candle to go into the long weekend. I don't even know. Keep an eye on the BYFC, guys. It just, you never know. Just don't lose sight of it. Put that alert right around up here. Just got so much room. Let me see. And the answer is no. Graph is not available in Interactive Brokers to short. Well, FUV ain't dead. Look at this. Look at that bottoming tail. You would have thought maybe, but it is not dead. Wow. Okay, now you know what to do. Look at Solo. Let's see, watch Solo if it is lagging FUV now. Let's watch to see if Solo picks it up. Well, you won't believe this, Goods, or maybe you will, because you told me about it way back when. So I hold you completely responsible. But I'm actually swinging FMCI. $16.50. I'm in at $16.50. Not today. I got in yesterday, and we'll see what happens. Boy, keep an eye on this seed, guys. I mean, this explodes through 9. This could really take off right into the end of the day. I mean, look what it's holding its own. I mean, it was halted a few times. Okay, sure. So This is the repeating version, okay? So you notice that FUV is going to repeat every time FUV makes a new high. You're going to see it in here. Now, because I cleared this, okay, but FUV would have been, I cleared this at around 130. So FUV actually was probably triggering earlier than that also, but anyway, from 130, or 126, I guess I must have done it. 126, the high was at 628. So what has it done since then? Obviously, very well. Okay, so this is the non-repeat version of this window. It'll show you the first time of the alert, so you can kind of go back and see what happened. This one, but there's still a count. Look at the count. In other words, it still has to make 60 new highs. This one, what I did was, I thought, okay, later on in the day, let's see if a count of 30 is decent. And so so I put a filter of it only having to make 30 new highs. Notice that, there's 30, 44, 58. Now that 161 will be the same. This is at 45. It would trigger here at 60. I hopefully it's not too confusing, because I wanted to see, okay, if I reduce the count number later on into the day, is that going to get me into the trade a little bit earlier? Obviously, it would if I had to, so I don't have to wait to 60. But is it also going to be good enough that the momentum is still good enough that it's just not going to fizzle out? So it's been a test. Okay, it's been a test. And I've been testing, I think, for the week. So for instance, I could say, okay, FUV, now it's hardly any difference. 626, 628. BYFC 293, a little bit of a difference, 305. Now the graph is not going to show up here because I actually did put a maximum price of $10 on this one also. Again, this is just kind of testing out. Well, it doesn't look back any. This is all just intraday. It's not looking back. I don't understand. This window starts at 115. I see what you mean. Maybe this one starts at 115. Yeah, I just put a count timer on it. We have a count timer. Okay, so right there, time of day. So I don't want to start seeing that window until anything in that window until 225. So it's blank until at least 115. Doesn't mean you're getting an alert right at 115. We did get one, but nothing will happen in this window until 115 because I put a count timer on it. So I don't make a new one every day. I just named it, 115, so I would know that this is the one that won't trigger until at least 115. Again, this is just, I'm just experimenting. Yeah, Strick, I don't know if you're kidding or not, but I'm not doing that. Sorry. Yeah, the spread on seed is a little bit tough, but let's just see. I mean, if it gets, 9-10 bid or and then it just can really accelerate from there. And the volume coming in, look at the volume coming in. See, it's a nice little volume bar right there. Well, I mean, you've got to pay attention, obviously. I mean, with a low float like that, anything can happen. And these are very dicey trades, at the best of times. All right? They're very, very dicey. So all you're looking at is can it get close? There's the high, right? What is it right there? About 943. I mean, so as it gets closer to that high, who knows what might happen. But the big problem, I don't want to call it a problem, but I mean, it's 2.6 million shares in the float. That's why it's doing what it's doing, but you've got to be very, very careful. So I mean, listen, if it's if it's worrisome to you, then certainly don't take the trade, or you only take a few shares. It's just that you can kind of see, listen, anything can happen with 2.6 million in the float. It could just collapse down to $8 in a half a second. But it's been relatively steady. Okay, it's had a little pullback there, but it's been relatively steady for a stock that has 2.6 million in the float. It got halted a couple of times, but it really hasn't given it up too much. I mean, the trend is still up. So, but it's not for everybody. Believe me, it is not for everybody. I mean, listen, what's preventing it? Okay, well, now the spread is getting better, 907, 913. So the spread is getting a little bit better. That spread has to keep at least, within 5 or 6 cents. Otherwise, it's difficult to get people interested. Having to go in, sometimes you can get a mid fill between the bid and the ask. Otherwise, you're going to have to go in at the ask. Well, it's not terrible right now, 907, 912. But if the spread widens up to 10 cents, it's hard to get people really interested. And yeah, the BYFC, maybe. I'm not giving up on it. Just got to take this out though. And the volume is actually coming in a little bit. Time is at 2:52, so another 3 minutes for this candle to close. So the volume's coming in a little bit. I just think it has to take out that high though. I mean, look where it stalled, almost to the penny. You look left, and there's the high of 316, and it got to 315. So I mean, that's where it got stuck. Oh, I have no idea. I mean, we have a float filter. I have no idea, Bobby, if Interactive Brokers has a float filter. No idea. We, of course, have a float filter, but... All right, guys, I'll be shutting down around 3. Unless there are questions, I'll always stay later if there are questions. I will pass this on. I'll put this right here. I'm going to just let somebody know. Just let somebody know, okay? So that's what Real is talking about. So you see, I guess that's the rising. So it is, I mean, at this point, it's trying to break it. If you use the 15, it's still good. It hasn't broken the 15 yet. So my prime focus right now, guys, is on that BYFC. If it gets volume, and also the seed, if it takes that out again, that 9 area out again, on some volume and a better spread. And that's it. That'll complete my day. No, this is my this is one I can trade on my own. So yeah, I don't watch them trader, but I did pass it on. Okay, I did pass it on. And Steve Gomez, who does it, he gave me the thumbs up on it, so he's aware. You too, trader. Guys, I think this is a good time to stop. I think the weed whackers are just going to show up outside my window. So, okay, guys, listen. To all the U.S. My friends in the United States of America, have a great 4th of July, and we will see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, all right? So have a great long weekend, everybody.